All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome. It's a Saturday night. It is the 15th of February, and crazy weather out there. Today we had some snow here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Tomorrow's supposed to be in the 50s and the windy. Then for part of the week, it's going to be in the 20s and then climb up into the upper 30s. But you know what? It's spring training. They're playing baseball in Florida and Arizona. So life is good. So before we play some baseball, I want to dedicate this. You know what? I'm going to edit the title right now, man. I'm going to dedicate. Yes, I'm going to tell you why I'm dedicating this. And of course, people wonder who the hell that is. So dedicated to Buddy Blattner. Wow. How about that? Okay. There we go. Buddy Blattner. There we go. All right. So who the hell is Buddy Blattner? Well, so last week during part 2 of our Super Bowl baseball day celebration or whatever, as this happened once before, but I don't think it was our buddy this time, whoever he is or it is. So, we did that baseball's greatest hits thing and stuff like that. And if you guys remember, I got a kind of little copyright notice, not a strike, just a notice that the video was banned in some territory because the first time that happens because we had George Sisler's name on there, and it was just somebody in Russia, whatever. Okay, so it happened again, but this time it actually YouTube gave me the information of the person's name. And this time, so the person's name is Buddy Blattner, and is in whatever territory. So that part of the video, it was cut out, or you can't hear it now or something, because Buddy Blattner filed some sort of copyright issue because on the thing where we had Carl Hubble talking. So this one's for you, buddy. So what I'm hoping is, of course, in your ignorance, you don't understand that it's fair use, copyright fair use, and whatever. Didn't hurt my channel. You can have fun, little troll boy, whoever you are, whatever you are. And there you go. So Buddy Blattner, this one's for you, pal. What a guy. I mean, I can just imagine hanging out with little Buddy Blattner there and probably be drinking some cheap ass beer or whatever. But I think it's funny, dude, seriously. Or if it's a bot, which it probably is, but whatever you are, man, you need to get a life, dude. You need to get a life. Buddy Blattner. Get a life, man. All right. Anyhow, so here we are. Just Action PC Baseball. If folks show up, cool. And if not, they've got other exciting things that they're doing, which is equally cool, man. It's equally cool, equally groovy. So this is our Decades League thing. Continuing with this is an Action PC Baseball subset of the Baseball History Collection. But let's not forget, Out of the Park 26 now officially has been announced, and the features in it. So, I can talk about it a little before we go into this, and maybe later on. We're not going to look at it tonight. Can't. Still, the NDA is still there. They don't want anybody to see it yet. But I talked about that big game mode that was augmentation. It was something I actually talked about on the channel a lot that I wanted to see. So last year they had added Drive for the Pennant for the current season, and so I thought it was really, really cool. But I'm thinking, and then did say on the channel, I'm like, wouldn't this be cool if you could just play this with any historical season? What a great way for people to kind of play a little bit of GM and play a little bit of field manager, and a great way to get to know the game, and maybe a way to know to rewrite a little bit of baseball history. Because with some work, again, we can talk about that. But Out of the Park Baseball is very, 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 very good sims, very accurate. So I'm so chuffed that you can now, as one of the choices that you have for historical replays, you can play it as Drive for the Pennant. And really, you don't have to worry about any of the finances or stuff. Just you can work, just players, things like that. But what it works in tandem with then is the enhanced player development lab, the player development tool. So again, this is for people who you don't want, maybe, you want a season replay, but you want to really have a part in it, right? You don't want to have to be, kind of a slave to it, or, well, it has to be this way or whatever. I love it. I'm so happy that it's in there, and it's for any major league season. Any season you can do it. Anything you create, except tournaments. Tournaments are their own mode. So really, really love it. So thank you, Out of the Park Developments, for somehow great minds think alike. So there we go. I know this doesn't interest the strict replayers, but for those of us that want to have a little bit of fun, and for those a little bit of fun, like playing with baseball history, and for those of us that want to just say, well, geez, I wonder what I would do. It's fun. Drive for the Pennant is such a great mode in Out of the Park Baseball, because it's going to throw you into a situation. Frequently, it's a ninth inning situation, but it's a late inning, right? And it's can you pull out the win? So it does kind of put your field manager skills to the test in the crunch. You might have a pitcher in there that's starting to, run out of gas or what have you. And depending upon your league settings, maybe you don't have the DH turned on. What decisions are you going to make? And I really love that. And again, the fact that you can do this now with historical seasons. The player development tool, which is absolutely cool, is now like greatly enhanced. It really is a 2.0. So that's really cool. They're bringing in the World Baseball Classic. This is new. So again, I'm sure you guys have gotten the email, or if you have it on Steam, you've seen the announcement on Steam. So I'm not breaking any NDA here, that's for sure. That'll be fun. So for a lot of people that want to look at prospects that are coming up, for the World Baseball Classic, whatever, it's there. It's coming in Out of the Park 26. So there's that. Can't really, if you watched the little Road to Release video, you would have seen some of the sort of a little bit of graphic enhancements, not on the field portion of the game, but some neat things in the interface. So they stand out pretty prominently. So hopefully folks that follow that did see it. So there's that. So it continues, and I realize I have Action PC up here on the screen because that's what we're going to play, but Out of the Park just plays amazingly. This edition, I've been playing it on my new PC, but it's performing well on my current PC I'm broadcasting on, and on the new one, the performance has been fantastic. I've had exactly one crash back to the desktop, but that's because the PC was updating a driver at the same time. Boom, 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 whatever. Runs smooth as silk. I have seen no hitches whatsoever in the animations. For me to stream from the new PC, and I'm going to wait to be streaming Out of the Park Baseball 26 when it releases, because NDA, but that way it gives me time to get it on the monitor or figure out how I'm going to be able to monitor chat. And I like using StreamYard. That's why I'd like to... because right now I'm streaming with from a gaming laptop onto a secondary monitor, but I don't have two monitors, or else I would be using this new PC and doing more baseball on that. So that will be coming when I think it releases around March 18th or something like that. So it's going to be crazy baseball, March 18th or around there, somewhere around there for Out of the Park Baseball. Around that same time, Digital Diamond version 13 coming out. Really cool. Apparently, there's going to be a pretty major update coming out for Full Count Baseball, which is now playable on Windows, by the way. So March, good time for baseball, buddy. And of course, Major League Baseball will be starting. I think March 31st. Is that opening day? Or I guess you got to count the one that's played out of the country. So there you go. 4 big things happening in baseball. But I was in Al Red Sox fan chat the other night, and he said he's been kind of falling away from Out of the Park Baseball. He just feels that, and I always respect Al's opinion. He's about the animations or whatever, and historical things like that. The animation, it seems like they've done some optimization with the engine. It's the new version plays smooth as silk. I can't stream it yet on here to test it, but it's been playing off screen, just no hitches, just playing beautifully. Um, as far as the historical aspect of it is, you got to remember with out of the park baseball, just like action PC or anything, right? You've really got to go in and get your hands a bit dirty. It's in that respect, that's where digital baseball greatly differs from cards and dice baseball. It really does. And I mean, that's not knocking cards and dice baseball, but when you're playing digital baseball, you're playing with an AI, whether some sort of algorithm or what have you. And so, as Mike Garland talked about here before, when people are talking about, will this happen in the replay or what have you, you have to kind of go in and, in out of the park baseball, you set those manager tendencies and things like that. And because, we're not at the point yet where, an AI, we bandy that term around so much lately, an AI is going to know, oh, so-and-so is replaying the 1967 season or the 1932 season or whatever. I'm just going to know that that's what they're playing. And I'm going to kind of, we still have to do some work. And I'm not saying Al's not doing the work. It's not about it. I'm just bringing that up as an example that a lot of people bring up about accuracy in a game. And that's the same even with this one. You can set manager tendencies, and if you want to get more accuracy, work with it. Cards and dice are what they are, and in that way, it's a simpler. There's not as much of a barrier to entry, unless you're learning Strat Advanced, but you learn that in steps. But it's the same with games like this too. This particular league that I'm playing is strictly for fun. I haven't touched any manager. I've imported a couple players that I felt should have been on these certain decades, but that's it. But when I do replays and stuff like that, I do like to actually kind of go in and tweak the managers. And in games like Pure Sim Baseball, you can actually just import manager tendencies for actual managers, and you're on the way. You're on your way. But at least these games do give you as played lineups, things like that. So just remember, I mean, the game is what you make it. And, again, out of the park baseball is the only one, the only game, the digital game I know of that will actually track your replay against the actual historical season. And it has been at least my experience that it is really, really super accurate. It really is, but you got to do some work. So I do hope that, Al, I said, I don't know, man, I'm beta testing. It's really good. And he says, well, I'm going to take your word for it and pick it up. So I hopefully he will enjoy it. And to those of you new to Out of the Park Baseball, welcome. And to those of you like me, have been playing it since 1999, we already know just what a fantastic game it is. And John DFW said many times on here, it is the best digital baseball gaming bargain there is outside of anything that's free. I mean, I would say a close second to that would have to be Digital Diamond Baseball now, with introducing Status Pro as a fully discrete engine. All right, let's have a look here at this Decades League. It's, as far as offensive categories right now, it's the Ernie Banks show. So again, early in the season, but he's leading in batting average, leading in home runs, leading in RBI and OPS. So Joe, and he's second to Joe Morgan in runs scored. So Mr. Cub's been doing it up big time. I'm not going to really worry too much about looking at pitching. It's way too early to look at pitching. But just some highlights that have happened in this little league so far. Don Drysdale had himself a 12 strikeout game. And of course, you guys know when you look at highlights in Action PC Baseball, you can click and get box scores just like that. And you can of course look at the play-by-play, whatever. But boy, 12 strikeouts, you got to love that. Let's see what else has been happening. So Jim Bunning with a He went a complete game shutout with 8 strikeouts, only 1 walk. Mike Schmidt on April 6th went 4 for 4 with a home run. In a game April 6th, the 1970s decade, pounded out 16 hits. What else is kind of fun here? Let me see. I haven't seen any no-hitters yet. But Jim Bunning. So an 8 strikeout game on April 6th and comes back April 10th, gives up just an earned run, strikes out 14. Orlando Cepeda had a great game on April 12th with 3 hits, 2 of those home runs, 4 runs batted in. So Tim Hudson came in and did some yeoman duty, 7 innings of work, just 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 6 strikeouts. Good stuff, huh? So lots of fun. John Smoltz with a 3-hit shutout and fanned 11 in that. So Hal Newhouser, 8 innings pitched, 10 strikeouts. So we're seeing a lot of really, really good pitching and some hitting. Hannes Wagner on April 10th in our Decades League had 3 hits, and 2 of those hits were home runs, same game. So good stuff. So tonight we are going to have Ed Walsh versus Bob Feller. So the 1910s versus the 1940s, as I want to work my way back into older baseball. So let's do this, and we're going to manage the 1910s, so to speak. But here we go. Ed Walsh is 1-2 with a 2.86 earned run average coming into the game. Bob Feller is undefeated, 3-0 and a 3.86. So let's get to the ballpark. And we switched this to what I call New Comiskey. I don't know what it is, U.S. Cellular Family Guaranteed Rate Field or something. So just using it as a backdrop and computer lineup. And let's see if we have some folks here. Okay, so we have Ty Cobb starting tonight instead of Tris Speaker. So these guys splitting some playing time. So that's good to see. Looks like a pretty healthy lineup to me. Let's go. Let's play ball. All right, welcome to Comiskey Park, where the 1910s will take on the 1940s decade. Ed Walsh gets the start for the 1910s. 3 starts in the year, and as we said, 1-2 with an ERA of 2.86. And this will be his second start against this 1940s squad, and 0-1 against them with a 6.75 earned run average. Taking the hill will be Bob Feller for the 1940s. 3 starts in the year for him, and he is undefeated with an ERA of 3.86. This would be his first go-round against the 1910s. So 1940s decade first baseman Mickey Vernon is on a 10-game hitting streak, 51 degrees here at game time. The wind speed here in the south side of Chicago, 12 miles per hour. Right to left, let's play ball.
Play ball!
All right, looking at the starting defense here for the 1940s. In left field, Enos Country Slaughter. In center, the Yankee Clipper, Joe DiMaggio. And right, Buddy Lewis. At first base, Mickey Vernon. At second, Joe Flash Gordon. At shortstop, Lou Boudreau. And at third base, Jim Keltner. Catching will be Harry Danning. All right, leading off here for the 1910s, Ty Cobb. The 1910s come into the game, 5 wins, 6 losses. The 1940s are 7-4. And here we go. The 2-2 pitch on the way from Feller to Cobb. Famous split-handed grip on that bat. And Ty Cobb. Big swing and a miss. So Bob Feller picks up a strikeout. All right, here's home run Baker now. Baker hitting .395 in the season. 3 home runs, 4 runs batted in. Feller wheels and deals. The 0-1 pitch. Baker swings, driven out to right. But Buddy Lewis makes the catch. So 2 up, 2 down for Sherry McGee. McGee hitting .267, a home run, 10 runs batted in for him. Feller deals the 0-1 pitch. This one up the middle. Boudreau ranging to his right. Quick throw on to Vernon, and that retires the side. The 1900s go in order. We go to the bottom of the first. I'm sorry, the 1910s, nothing, and the 1940s coming to bat. Looking at the starting defense for the 1910s in left field, it's Sherry McGee. In center, the Georgia Peach, Ty Cobb. In right, Owen Chief Wilson. At first base, Ed Kenichi. At second, Larry Doyle. At short, Donnie Bush. At the hot corner, home run Baker. Catching, Ray Cracker Shock. All right, Ed Walsh, the great spitballer, to face Buddy Lewis here, riding an 8-game hitting streak. So he and Mickey Vernon, both with some hitting streaks going on here for the 1940s. Enos Slaughter waits on deck. Walsh peers in, has the sign from Shock. And the 2-1 delivery. Lewis swings and base hit. Pass short into left field. So Lewis aboard. Lewis with 11 steals before the beginning of this season. And here's Enos Country Slaughter hitting .308 thus far. All right, Walsh has a look over Buddy Lewis at first. And here's the pitch. The throw down by Slaughter, and Buddy Lewis is caught stealing. So 1 down. Great heads-up play by Shock, a great defensive catcher. Slaughter back in the box. The count 0-1. Slaughter swings. And this one lined foul, left-hand side. And this one will make the seats. Sherry McGee giving chase. Count, no balls, 2 strikes. Slaughter back in the box. And the pitch, 0-2 pitch, driven to center field. Cobb ranging back, pulls it down for out number 2. All right, batting in the third slot now. Joe DiMaggio hitting .297. Joltin' Joe with 4 home runs, 13 runs batted in on the season thus far. Walsh steals the 1-0 pitch. DiMaggio swings, bounding ball, perfect bounce to home run Baker, and gets the Yankee Clipper by a half a step. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on thanks to the caught stealing. Top of the second, and there is no score. Larry Doyle, Ed Kenichi, and Owen Wilson do it for the 1910s. Doyle, right now, hitting .333, has a run batted in. All right, Bob Feller has a strikeout so far. Count full, and Bob Feller misses this one. This one a bit outside and high, and Larry Doyle will reach first. Larry Doyle projected to steal about 30 bases, had 30 coming into the season. And here's Ed Kenichi now. Kenichi hitting just .195, but he does have 2 home runs, and he's batted in 5. All right, Feller sets and fires. And this one, hard ground ball to second. Vernon actually covering on that one and feeds it on to Feller. On the play, Doyle moves to second. So a runner in scoring position for the 1910s in the top of the second. And that will bring up Chief Wilson. Wilson hitting just .135, a home run, 4 runs batted in. Feller deals full count to Wilson. And Wilson looking at a called strike 3. That time Feller rearing back and bringing the gas. So 2 away, and Larry Doyle remains at second. And here's the shortstop, Donnie Bush, hitting a healthy .342 with a run batted in. Feller deals, 3-0 pitch, and Feller, fastball, missing away. So 2 on now, and that will bring up Cracker Shock, hitting just .121, 2 runs batted in. Shock not known for the stick, but rather for his defensive prowess. But 2 on, 1910s trying to get something going here. 1-2 pitch, swung on, fly ball, medium left, Slaughter. Comes in a few steps and makes the catch for out number 3. No runs, no hits, no errors. 2 left. We go to the bottom of the second inning. We are scoreless. Mickey Vernon leads things off, batting in the number 4 slot here, riding a 10-game hitting streak. So both Vernon and Buddy Lewis on hitting streaks, looking to preserve those. Mickey hitting .255 with a home run and 4 runs batted in. The lefty digs in against Big Ed Walsh, Irish tenor, spitballer, and Hall of Famer. 0-1 pitch. Vernon swings. This one drilled to right, base hit. Vernon thought about second, and he's going to hold. Strong arm out there by Chief Wilson in right field. And it brings up Flash Gordon. Well, Joe here is .225, 4 home runs, 8 runs batted in. Good little crowd here today in the south side of Chicago watching these legends lock up. All right, Walsh peers over at Vernon. Kenichi holding him basically honest around the bag. 1-2 pitch. Gordon swings. This one line drive deep to left, and this one is out of here. Joe Gordon with his 5th round trip of the year, 329 feet, and the 1940s jump out to a 2-0 lead. All right. Ed Walsh rubbing up the ball as Lou Boudreau steps in. Boudreau hitting .231, the Hall of Fame shortstop, with 2 runs batted in. Walsh rears and fires the 1-2 pitch. Boudreau swings, and room service bounce to Bush, who fires on to Kenichi for the 6-3 putout. So 1 away, 2 in for the 1940s here in the bottom of the second. Third baseman Ken Keltner, remember the 1948 world champion Cleveland Indians. Ken hitting just .179, home run, 5 runs batted in. Ed Walsh delivers the 3-1 pitch, and Keltner, good eye up there. This one up above the letters, and Keltner will take first base. Keltner not really a threat to steal with 5 coming into the season. Brings up the catcher, Harry Danning. Danning hitting .250, and he has 1 batted in. So Keltner on with 1 away. Walsh brings it. 1-2 pitch. Danning sends this lazy fly ball to left. Sherry McGee reels it in. It says great play, but actually Sherry McGee was so good that he makes a great play look easy. But there we go. Great play number 1 for him. All right, retreating to first is Ken Keltner, and now here's Bob Feller. Feller hitting .222 in the season. Has a run batted in. Rapid Robert in the box. Ed Walsh with a 2-2 pitch. And Bob Feller. Strike 3 called, but 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, and we've played 2, and it's 2-0 in favor of the 1940s. 1910s will send up the 9-1 and 2 hitters Walsh, Cobb, and Baker. Ed Walsh hitting .125. Baseball Dreamland, how you doing? He says, I see you played a lot of different games. How do you decide which? When do you see? Just wherever I feel like. Sometimes, my friend, it's just kind of either looking down here at the taskbar or looking on my desktop, or just I'm like, yeah, I think I'll play some action PC. So yeah, so welcome in. Yeah. So how about you? So games like what baseball games you like to play? Give us a sense. And thanks for coming in. This is your second time in, I believe. Third time, you get a wrench. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I like your name, man. Baseball Dreamland. I really like that a lot. Very cool. All right, here we go. Pitcher versus pitcher now. So let's see if Feller can do to Walsh what Walsh did to Feller. 1-2 pitch, and indeed he does. And Ed Walsh chasing one from Bob Feller, and that's his 3rd strikeout of the game. Back to the top of the order now. And the great Ty Cobb. Cobb struck out back in the 1st. Danning sets the target. And Feller with a 2-1 delivery. And Boudreau up and over to Vernon for a 6-3 putout. So 2 away. For baseball just out of the park. And a little bit of Super Mega Baseball 4 lately. Super Mega Baseball 4 is a blast. It's a blast. But video is just out of the park baseball. Man, I was talking to it way at the top of this, like 20-some minutes ago, I've been beta testing Out of the Park 26, but now that they've talked about the features, I'm really excited for the fact that Drive for the Pennant now is going to be available for any season. That's just a blast to me. It's basically 2.0 now for the player development thing, inclusion of the World Baseball Classic, bringing back a few of the international leagues that were gone and now back. I just love just a lot of the changes that they're making. So I cannot wait to show it on the channel, and it plays just so beautifully. Oh my God, this is probably because sometimes you get these weird graphic glitches. Haven't had a single one in Out of Park 26, and it's playing just so nice. Yeah, you like it too. Man, I said a number of times in this channel, okay, Drive for the Pennant. This was last year's, like, what a great idea. But what about this would work too in a historical season, right? Because I couldn't believe it, right? I was actually on the Out of the Park on the beta testing forum, and somebody said, oh yeah, and then blah blah. I'm like, what? That's in there, because I just gotten on the beta for this year. I joined a little bit late and jumped in, and there it was. And man, oh man, am I having fun with that? That is just an absolute blast. They hope you clamp how the AI uses the dev lab. Yeah, definitely. I mean, what I'm seeing if you saw the Road to Release video that they did the other night on, oh my God, what's the guy's what's his name? It wasn't on the Out of the Park one. Their official one, it was Dynamics, something or other. Whatever. Good guy, does a lot of different sports and stuff like that. And the way it looks now looks really cool. So I don't know if you saw that video. Human, how's Drive for the Pennant going to be different than doing season? Dr. Dynastic, that's it. Thank you. So Random Human, it's different because you got to remember the Drive for the Pennant, that mode isn't like, it's not like where you're field managing every game. It's not like that. What you're doing is you're more of a GM, but you're thrown into key moments in a season, whatever those moments would come up, or maybe a key situation in a game. And now all of a sudden you're called upon to manage, right, to try to win a game or to try to get out of a situation or whatever. So I think it's a great thing for people not only new to the game to give them a chance to tinker around with some of the GM functions, but also the field managing, because I think a lot of people that play out of the park baseball play it strictly as a GM, forgetting that it's excellent to play as an on-field manager or whatever. So that's where it's different. And it's very, very cool because you're going along and all of a sudden, bing, it says, can you win this down? You're down 2-1. You're up to bat, bottom of the ninth, 2 down, 2 on. And you may only end up managing just that at bat. It might present a situation to you. There's just so many. And I loved it last year, but because I love more historical baseball, I'm like, God, I want to be able to do this for, 1909 or something. And now it's something you'll be able to do this year. I think it's just, I don't know. I think that, hey, Philip, for beginners, if you want to play fast, I think it's also just fun to get that little random challenge to get the baseball juices flowing, right? Because when you're managing a whole game, you're setting up strategies, tactics, but now all of a sudden you're being called on to sort of pinch manage. And it's like, okay, here's what I've got to do. And it's very cool. And I think it's a nice kind of thing to maybe play along with a season replay, which is really cool. Maybe a fun experiment you could do is take a season, do it as a replay, but then also set up that season in a Drive for the Pennant mode and let the season play out, or like you're more fully GMing just in your season replay, or you're letting the computer play out, right? And then, but to see what your decisions, how it would have changed. So there's so much you can do. And the fact that it works, it's going to work like perfectly in tandem with the player development lab. Really, why I love it is I think it allows you to create your own baseball narratives instead of just saying, I'm going to replay 19 whatever or 2000 whatever or 18 whatever. So I like it. I think it's cool. But I do think I agree with Baseball Dreamland. I think it's be a great way for people new to the game to kind of see both sides of it, and see how they can work as a whole. And if you decide, like me, you don't like the GM mode, just do what I do, play manager mode and switch it on commissioner mode. And you can still do everything a GM does. And you don't have to worry about the price of pretzels or tickets or arbitration or any of that crap. So, but other folks love it as a GM sim and don't touch it as a field manager at all. So I love it. I love Drive for the Pennant. I think it's one of the coolest ideas. So there you go. So Random Human says typically you only play historicals, but with the Dodgers going crazy, he thinks he'll finally play 2025 season. There you go. I think that'd be fun. Everything is fine here, Philip. Just wasn't feeling well this past week, so that's why I hadn't been around. So hope you're doing well. Hope everybody's doing well. As Home Run Baker steps into the box, flew out to right center his last time up. 2 down here in the top of the third. 1940s leading the 1910s. 2-0. Harry Danning sets the target. Rabbit Robert Feller delivers the 1-0 pitch. And this one laced hard into center. DiMaggio, with just that hesitation, allows Home Run Baker to pick up the double. So 2 away, the 1910s trying to at least answer back here in the top of the third. The 1940s plating 2 in the bottom of the second. On that big blast there by Joe Flash Gordon. All right, Sherry McGee now batting in the third slot. McGee grounded a short back in the first. Feller deals the 0-2 pitch. McGee swings, grounder to first. Mickey Vernon will take it to the bag unassisted. So a slight opportunity goes by the board for the 1910s. We go to the bottom of the third inning here in the south side of Chicago. And it's the 1940s leading 2-0. We're back at the top of the order. Buddy Lewis, Enos Slaughter, and the Yankee Clipper due up. So Buddy Lewis singled, so he's extended his hitting streak to 9 games. Mickey Vernon, batting fourth, has a 10-game hitting streak coming into the game. Ed Walsh deals the 1-0 pitch, and this one, grounder to home run Baker. Long throw across the diamond. Kenichi with the stretch, foot remaining on the bag for out number 1. Here's Enos Slaughter. Former St. Louis Cardinal, fly to left center back in the first inning. 1-1 pitch, Slaughter swings, twisting foul, right-hand side. Wilson giving chase, but this one about 20 rows back. Yeah, okay. No, now you got sound? Okay, cool. All right, here's Enos Slaughter now. Back in the box. Count 1 ball, 2 strikes. Slaughter swings, straightens it out, but just a little bounder to Kenichi, and he will jog it to the bag himself for a 3 unassisted put out. 2 up, 2 down now for Joe DiMaggio. Joe DiMaggio, we want you on our side. Grounded to third back in the first. Walsh winds and deals. 0-1 pitch, hard grounder, and it's the home run Baker show. 5-3, 5-3, and 5-3, and we go to the top of the fourth, and it's 2-0 in favor of the 1940s. And the number 4, 5, 6 hitters due up. Larry Doyle, Ed Kenichi, and Chief Wilson. Doyle walked back in the second. Infield looking bunt here. Vernon in at first. Keltner in at third. Feller with the wind and the 2-1 pitch. Doyle swings, lined right to short. Flash Gordon bringing it down. 1 away. 1 away, and Ed Kenichi strides to the plate. First baseman, again, having a difficult start to the season. Just 8 for 42. Does have a 5 RBI and 2 homers, but the batting average worrying the managers of the 1910 squad. Grounded to first last time. Full count, and Kenichi, good eye up there, will take the walk. And Bob Feller has issued his 3rd walk of the game. So Rapid Robert equal in strikeouts and free passes. As Chief Wilson digs in the box now. Struck out back in the second. Quick look over there at Kenichi. Has yet to steal a base in the season, but 21 coming in from last year. 2-0 pitch. And this one swung on. Gordon's only play will be to first to Mickey Vernon. And on the play, Kenichi moves to second. 2 down here, top of the fourth for Donnie Bush. Switch hitting shortstop, batting from the left side. Walked back in the second. 1910s looking to get something going here against these 1940s. Full count. Bush draws the walk. So are we starting to see some chinks in the armor of Mr. Rapid Robert Feller? We shall see, we shall see. Cracker Shock flew out his last time up. 2 on, 2 down, top of the fourth, 2-0. 1940s lead. Feller right now pitching a 1-hitter. 1-1 pitch. Shock swings, base hit, left field, and they're going to get one back. They're going to get them both back. Kenichi and Bush will score, and the 1910s tie it up here in the top of the fourth. We are knotted at 2. Ray Shock with a 2 RBI double. His first of the season. Brings up Ed Walsh, who struck out his last time up. The United States, USA takes down Canada in hockey. The battle continues, he said. Random, you've been also saying, just happened to watch when it was a game the other day. I haven't seen it in a while. Slaughter's one of the players interviewed. He's the oddest voice. When It Was a Game is such a fantastic baseball documentary. I love it. I haven't seen it in ages either. So really, really love it. And the music I remember too was just absolutely beautiful in it. So if you guys have never seen it, watch it. It's good stuff. When It Was a Game. All right, Ray Shock is second, coming through big time here for the 1910s here in the top of the fourth inning. And Ed Walsh waits for the delivery. 2-2 pitch to Walsh. Walsh swings. And this one lined, and Ken Keltner leaps and pulls it down for the 3rd out of the inning. Ken Keltner making his 2nd great play of the season. But the 1910s pick up 2 runs on 1 hit, and there were no errors. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning, and we are tied at 2. Mickey Vernon, 1 for 1, so his hitting streak also extended to 11 games now. Mickey singled back in the second. It'll be Mickey Vernon, Flash Gordon, and Lou Boudreau. All right, Ed Walsh now. All new ball game here. 1-2 pitch. Vernon swings. And basically a 2-hopper to Kenichi, and he could walk that one over to the bag. 1 away for Flash Gordon. So Gordon with that big 2-run shot back in the bottom of the second that gave the 1940s that lead until the 4th. In the box now, Ed Walsh brings it full count on Gordon. Gordon, look at that. So chased one by Ed Walsh, and that's strikeout number 2. Ed Walsh that time coming with a verified spitball. And here's Lou Boudreau now. Boudreau nothing for 1. Music, yes, for sure. Whoever composed it is perfect for the subject. Absolutely. All right, here's the 0-2 pitch to Boudreau. Boudreau swings this one up the middle. Donnie Bush ranges to his left, fires on to Ed Kenichi, and that will retire the side. No runs, no hits, no errors. 4 in the books here at what I will just call New Comiskey Park. And it is 2-2. So the 1910s go back to the top of the order. Ty Cobb, home run Baker, and Sherry McGee. So Ty Cobb and Tris Speaker splitting starting duties in center field for this 1910 squad. Playing a game below 500 at 5-6. The 1940s, 3 games above at 7-4. All right, so the Georgia Peach has struck out and grounded out in this game. Bob Feller ready to deal to Cobb. 2-2 pitch. And Ty Cobb gets a piece of it. Danning holds on to it, and that will be a strikeout. So Feller picks up K number 4, and here's home run Baker. They're playing Baker to bunt. Baker doubled his last time up, and the first time up flew out to deep right center. I don't expect Frank here to be bunting, but we'll see. 0-1 pitch. Nope. Baker swings, and this one lined down to the corner in left field. Slaughter giving chase. The slide, the tag by Keltner, not in time. They play home run Baker to bunt, and Baker hits a triple with 1 out. So great chance here for the 1910s to take the lead in this game for the first time as Sherry McGee steps in. So McGee has grounded out twice. McGee wants to at least try to punch it somewhere in the right-hand side and get the runner in. From the stretch in the 2-1 pitch, McGee cuts on this one. Liner right to Joe Gordon. So now it's going to take a safety here, and here's Larry Doyle. Larry Doyle has walked and lined out. 2-2, the 0-2 pitch. Doyle swings and misses. So there you go. Feller gets out of a potentially sticky situation. No runs, 1 hit, a man left 90 feet away, no errors. Bottom of the 5th inning, and it's 2-2. So it'll be Ken Keltner, Harry Danning, and Bob Feller due up the bottom of the 1940s decade inning. Hope you guys are enjoying this, and thank you for hanging out. Keltner walked back in the second. Walsh deals the 1-2 pitch. Keltner swings, liner to short. Boudreau has a little soft liner. So 1 away for Harry Danning. Danning nothing for 1. Fly to shallow left back in the second. Ed Walsh deals the 2-0 delivery. Danning roller to first. Kenichi will take that one 3 unassisted. 2 up, 2 down now for Bob Feller. Feller struck out back in the second. Can Walsh strike him out again? 1-2 pitch, and indeed he does. So Walsh picks up his 3rd strikeout, and that does it for the 1940s. They go 1-2-3. We go to the top of the 6th, and we are knotted at 2. And we will have the number 5, 6, 7 hitters, Kenichi, Wilson, and Bush due up for the best players between 1910 and 1919 against the best players 1941 to 1949, or 1940, whichever that started at. All right, so last time up, Ed Kenichi walked. Oh, yeah, this is also, I do believe we are closing in or are at opening day for Legend Sports Universe. I believe he's doing, and let me check, because he's doing like a quadruple header. That's either today or Monday, but let me check. So right now, our Red Sox fan doing some Stratomatic cards and dice, but I don't see Legend Sports Universe, so maybe it's the 17th. I thought it was today. Anyhow, for those of you interested in Strat cards and dice, check out our Red Sox fan. Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. He's doing a 1976 bicentennial tournament. All right, here we go. Feller ready to deal. And again, Buddy Blattner, this one's for you, buddy. 2-0 pitch. Kenichi swings, long fly ball deep to left field. And that one is out of here. And the 1910s take their first lead in the game. Ed Kenichi, 364-foot shot. Third home run of the season for Kenichi. And it's 3-2 in favor of the 1910s, looking to get up to 500 ball here as Chief Wilson steps in, grounded out his last time up. So Bob Feller with 5 strikeouts, 4 walks, and now touched up for 2 home runs in this game. Feller deals 1-1 pitch, fly ball, right field into shallow right. Buddy Lewis makes a diving catch, sliding along the grass. All right, so there we go. 1 away now for Donnie Bush. Donnie Bush, good eye up there. He's walked twice against Feller, and they're playing Bush to bunt. Feller deals, 0-2 pitch, and Donnie Bush swings and comes up with nothing but air. 6 strikeouts for Rapid Robert now as Ray Schalk steps in. Cracker, RBI double. No, I'm sorry, it wasn't a home run back in the 4th for them. That was that 2 RBI double by Schalk. One of those runs unearned. I'm sorry, not unearned. They were all earned. I'm looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at the left on base column. They were all earned. 1-1 pitch. And Schalk grounds this one to first. Mickey Vernon takes it to the bag to retire Ray Schalk. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors. And it is 3-2, the 1910s. All right, back at the top of the order now. Buddy Lewis, Enos Slaughter, and Joe DiMaggio. Can't believe next year is the 50th anniversary of the bicentennial, which, if you are old enough to remember, so 2026 is the semi-quincentennial. So I love guys coming in here with the really cool random facts. Love it. For Pirate fans, this is the 100th anniversary, so just the centenary. We're not quite anywhere near a semi-quincentennial yet. But the 100th anniversary of the 1925 world champion Pittsburgh Pirates. So Bucco fans, let's hope the Bob Nutting will spring for some cool looking 1925 uniforms, and hopefully that 1925 team gets some love. Because in 2 years we'll be celebrating getting swept by the 1927 Yankees in that World Series. All right, Buddy Lewis 1 for 2 back in the leadoff here. He has grounded out and grounded a single in this game. And there's Robert. He says at least the Chicago White Sox can celebrate the 20th anniversary of the 2000 champ. Oh, hey, Beatles. Robert likes to twist the knife. The Chicago White Sox now holding the dubious record of the worst, right? The dubious record of the worst record in modern baseball. Their fans actually were booing when they won a game in 2024. So, oh well, that's all right. Everybody's going to have their turn in the cellar, that's for sure. Although I don't see Reinsdorf making any meaningful changes this year for the Pale Hose. Hopefully you're doing well, Robert. I have been ill all week, therefore my absence on here and everywhere else. 1-2 pitch, and this one grounded to Kenichi, who underhands onto Ed Walsh covering for the 3-1 putout, 1 away. All right, here's Enos Slaughter. It's flown out and grounded out. 0-2 pitch to Slaughter. Slaughter pops this one foul. Does Kenichi have a chance? He does not. No, he does. Reaches in and makes the catch, so 2 away. Now for the Yankee Clipper, he's grounded out to third twice. So a bit of an affinity there with Home Run Baker. Home Run Baker, of course, technically a former Yankee. He played for the Highlanders. 2-2 pitch on the way to DiMaggio. DiMaggio swings, no doubt about it. No, it's off the wall. So I thought that was out of here, but Cobb getting it off the carom and the Yankee Clipper with a double. All right, so potential tying run in scoring position for the 1940s as Mickey Vernon steps in. Mickey Vernon on a 10-game hitting streak, or 11-game hitting streak now. 1 for 2 with a single. Looking to bat in DiMaggio. The 0-1 pitch. Vernon drills this one deep to right, but at the track, Wilson has it, and Walsh gets out of a tough situation. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. A runner left in scoring position. We go to the top of the 7th, and it's the 1910s 3, the 1940s 2. It's going to see his Mets play the Nats in spring training March 15th in West Palm Beach. Awesome, Robert. Random Human says, let me throw out a topic. Anthony Rendon, biggest loser and waste of talent ever. What say you? So weird batting stance for one thing. I mean, let's just right off the top of it, that's neither, that doesn't make him bad or good. Mel Lott had a weird batting stance too, but Anthony Rendon, I watch him hit, and he's like up to the plate, and it was sort of like that weird, the way he held the bat, it was like, I don't know, man. It was like he could have been holding a pipe or whatever. Hey, what's up, man? I think that like Ruben Sierra, you guys remember Ruben Sierra. There was a lot. There were high expectations. Ruben Sierra, another historical player I can think of, Bobby Mercer. I think Anthony Rendon is a case of one of those, I don't know, just you expected so much. And I'm not saying he's an excellent baseball player, but maybe there was so much put in Rendon. I'm not sure, So, yeah, I think he should have stayed with the Nationals, was Robert anticipating my next point. But guys are going to chase the money, man. Yep. Rennie Mune says, and I'll say it. Dude doesn't care one fuck. Yep. Pathetic competitor. And he says one flick. So there we go. He doesn't. I mean, but, and again, I don't want to insult, certainly Bobby Mercer or whatever. But I think that Robert is definitely right that Rendon should have stayed with the Nats. I think he was certainly a catalyst, for those Washington Nationals. But such is the way of baseball today, my friends. It's when you get guys, and I can only refer to my Pirates, of course. We have players that beg to stay. We lost Kutch in some of his best years. I mean, he's still going to end up in the Pirates Hall of Fame, and we're so happy to have Kutch. And he's 37. He's still got another good season or two at least. But Kutch wanted to stay in Pittsburgh, and Nutting wouldn't pay him. So he went off and played for some other teams. And now we got him back. From last season to this season, he's already in the 40-man roster. So, but there you go. Had we held on to Kutch, and Kutch isn't an asshole. Kutch is a competitor. He does care about the game. And I'm not saying that as a Pirates fan. People in baseball know that about Andrew McCutchen. Just an all-around good guy. Mercer was solid. My thing about Bobby Mercer, Robert, is not a slam on Bobby Mercer, but you think about it, right? You had Joe DiMaggio, then you had Mickey Mantle, and I think just Bobby Mercer coming in. I mean, imagine having to follow DiMaggio and Mantle on, even though you and I are not Yankees fans, let's face it, the baseball team with the most champions, the American sports team with the most championships, and occupying that iconic center field after the Clipper and after the Commerce Comet, and Mercer he wasn't those guys. And I think a lot was expected from Bobby Mercer. Good, solid player, but you're following two immortals, and that's gotta, that's hard to do. I mean, Dave Parker, look how long it took him to get in the Hall of Fame, and played in the same decade, basically followed Roberto Clemente. Here's where I get a chance to get a Paul McCartney in here. Paul McCartney did something that I don't see many people having the balls to do, and really the first one to do it, to come out from the shadow of the Beatles and go out on the road, refuse to play Beatles songs until his new band Wings and until he had a hit. And That's a rare thing because a lot of people tried to do it and failed. And I think it takes a lot, and it takes that talent. And, let's face it, no knock on Bobby Mercer, Major League Baseball player. None of us ever made it, and made it to the bigs and did a good job. But you can't follow Mano and DiMaggio and have that kind of pressure. Look at the other guys that have played center for the Yankees since those two, man. It's kind of like being a Pittsburgh Pirate in right field. But again, Yankees, such an iconic, everybody knows the damn Yankees, right? No, I said he will be a Pirate, like Pittsburgh Pirates Hall of Fame. You're not going to be Cooperstown Hall of Fame. No, he is not. Kutch is not going to be Cooperstown Hall of Fame, but definitely a Pirates Hall of Famer. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Some guys have health issues, but they still try. Yeah, Canigliaro and Davis. Yeah. Rendon's about the money, man. Again, he got to live the dream, is living the dream, what have you. Taking the cash. Man, how many of us wouldn't kill? Seriously. League minimum is what, $800,000? Okay, I'll take $800,000. I mean, I don't have the talent to play baseball, but imagine if you had the talent and you made it to the bigs. You made it to the bigs, man. $800,000 ain't too shabby for doing what you love. So while I'm not arguing for a salary cap in baseball, chasing the money, sometimes there are things more important. And it wasn't like Rendon was making league minimum either. Let's be honest here, right? Never really, I don't know. Yeah. I was never really a fan, just because I never sensed that that competitiveness that you see in this. I'm not even talking about old-timey baseball players either. I mean, I'm talking about even modern now 2024, 2025 players who get out there and, man, they play it out. They're competitive. They want to win. They want to win for the team, not for themselves, not for their own glory, but because they understand the game. But baseball and professional sports, they've created. Here we are. We're a bunch of, most of us, unless a few of you here are multimillionaires, let me know. But we're a bunch of working stiffs watching multimillionaires play a game. And even the guys making league minimum, hey, there you go. What would we do? What would we chase the money? I mean, it's easy to be, even for me, I'll say this. I can be up here and pontificate, but if I was a talented baseball player and somebody offered me $20 million a year, I gotta be honest with you guys, I don't think I'd say no. But I think I know myself well enough that I would try to work out staying with a team with a fan base that is really behind me, that really put me on the map. And I think that's where Rendon could have take a few million less or whatever. I don't know. But, the guys that we're watching now, certainly vicariously and what have you, they didn't have agents. So, I mean, what was DiMaggio's top salary as a Yankee? I'm sure one of you guys know. And would DiMaggio have chased the money? Well, he probably had the highest paying contract in his day in baseball. Was there a club that had as much money as the Yankees back in the 1940s? Certainly the Dodgers didn't. They relied on a great farm system, as did the Cardinals and what have you. But I wonder if some of these guys would have. I wonder. Right. No, nothing wrong taking the money, but still competing no matter what team you're on. Yeah, exactly. Well, just ask the Mets about Bobby Bonilla, man. They're still paying him $1 million once a year, right? For some more years to come. Bonilla went, Bonilla went to the Mets and sucked. I'm sorry, Mets fans, but you know it and I know it. Robert, I'm not insulting your team, but Bonilla sucked. I think he was a better Pirate than he was a Met. A-Rod credit for taking the money, but he competed. Yeah, Rodriguez, man. Rodriguez was a competitor. Absolutely. Absolutely. But Bonilla had that beautiful contract from Cohen and let New York Mets fans down. I really, really do believe that. Dwayne Martz, wish I could get you on the mic sometime. I haven't talked to you in ages and ages, buddy. Hopefully you're getting excited. We're about a month out from Digital Diamond 13, my friend. And also about a month out from Out of the Park 26. So chuffed about both games. All right, Ed Walsh to lead off the top of the seventh here. Score 3-2 in favor of the 1910s. 0-2 pitch to Feller. And Feller and Walsh have been striking each other out all day. Feller picks up strikeout number 7. Back at the top of the order now for Ty Cobb. Cobb's bat has been silenced, and in fact, has fanned twice. Infield looking bunt here. Feller brings the 0-2 pitch. And Ty Cobb has struck out 3 times today. So Feller picking up K number 8. Could he be picking up some steam here? 111 pitches for Rapid Robert. He's good for 150 or so. And here is home run Baker. Baker triple back in the 5th, but that got wasted. In the 6th, the 1910s would jump into the lead for the first time in this game. 2 away. Feller deals. 1-2 pitch. Cut on and missed by Baker. 7th inning stretch time is 3-2, 1910s over the 1940s. So Robert, good guy as always, even though he's not a real big out-of-the-park player. He does order it every year, and that's awesome, Robert. Glad you do it. You know, because it helps, you know, right, everybody buying the game, you know, for it help. And so I thank you personally because that's a bit more money they have to keep developing my favorite digital baseball game. And I love it. And the only thing now, my next phase in beta testing is because there's nothing up on the Steam Workshop yet, is I'm just going to have to copy all of Mike's ballparks into Out of Park 26 and see how things perform with the ballparks. Because when I started running into a few bugs when I was beta testing last year was when I brought in Mike's ballparks. So that's the next step. But I'm happy to report that this is thus far, this is the smoothest I have ever seen Out of the Park 26 play. I've seen no glitches, no hiccups. Throws are smooth. The runner's moving really nicely. The drive for the pennant mode now being available for all seasons. And the player development lab, which has been greatly expanded. It is truly 2.0. World inclusion of the World Baseball Classic, the return of Dutch baseball at least. So they're moving in the right direction as far as getting some international leagues back. Hopefully they'll bring back Italian and Japanese baseball as well, and maybe look into the Australian professional leagues as well. Australia has professional baseball. I'd love to see some Australian baseball and out of the park baseball in the future. So we'll see. So good stuff. Digital Diamond Baseball, of course. Dwayne's hoping it comes out in March. I hope it does too. Full on Status Pro Baseball will now be part of 13, so you can do a replay playing cards and dice in Status Pro and have that same engine play out all your other games. How cool is that? Last I heard from Paul Fay, there should be within a week or two, maybe, this is not graven in stone, another update, another significant update for Pocket Pennant Run. So this has been the most stable update so far. So keep an eye out for it, gents, as we start the bottom of the 7th here in the south side of Chicago. And it will be Gordon, Boudreaux, and Keltner. Gordon 1 for 2. Big story in him was that 2-run dinger back in the 2nd. Walsh deals to him first. And this one, a little bit of a hit batsman there. So Walsh plunks Gordon. This one a little curveball, so it's not like Gordon's going to be writhing in pain. And here's Lou Boudreau, nothing for two. He is grounded out to shortstop Dunny Bush both times up. So Flash with a stolen base thus far this season. Walsh checks the runner, 0-1 pitch. And Boudreau, a little bunt up the first base line, and he is tagged out by Ed Kenichi on the play. Gordon will move to the second. So interesting little sacrifice action there as Ken Keltner steps in. They're expecting a lot from Ken Keltner in his 1940 squad. And right now, Keltner, with a home run and 5 runs batted in, but lined to short his last time up, also has a walk. Gordon at second, potential tying run with 1 down. Walsh steals the 2-0 pitch. Keltner swings, long fly ball to center field. Cobb has it. Tagging and holding second is Joe Gordon. So 2 away now for catcher Harry Danning, who is nothing for 2. He's flown out, grounded out. Gordon leads off second. Walsh peers over his right shoulder, has a look at Gordon, trying to keep him honest. Doyle shading him in a little bit. Peers in, has the sign from Cracker Shock, and the 1-1 pitch. Danning swings, hard line drive into the corner into right, and that's going to tie the game as Joe Gordon comes around to score on the Harry Danning double. So it's 3-3 now in the bottom of the 7th with 2 down. Harry Danning coming through clutch for this tough 1940s squad against a tough 1910s. Bob Feller, nothing for 2. It's Ed Walsh's turn to strike out Bob Feller. He's done it twice. 1-2 pitch. Bob Feller strikes out, so they are even striking each other out as the boos ascend from the south side of Chicago. We go to the top of the 8th, and we are knotted at 3. Sherry McGee, Larry Doyle, and Ed Kenichi due up for the 1910s. Bob Feller asking for a new ball. Man in blue throws one out. McGee has grounded out twice and lined out once. 0-2 pitch. McGee swings. Hopper to Keltner in the room service bounce. Fires across the diamond to Mickey Vernon for the 5-3 putout. 1 away for the second baseman, Larry Doyle, who struck out back in the 5th. I will always love this feature in Action PC. Don't have to keep score, baby. There it is. And this is one of the absolute coolest features as well. So much to love about Action PC Baseball. So much to love about it. Pitcher batter analysis tool, everything. So many damn great baseball games. All right. After this game, this is happy birthday, Ron Say. Penguin, 77 years old. No moonwalks to first, Wayne. At all. So Sean just wanted to stop in and says hi. He says he's not feeling well. I feel you, brother. I worked yesterday and say Saturday. Yeah. So I worked Friday and Saturday. I was sick. I was off Tuesday legitimately. And then I was sick Wednesday, Thursday. So I feel you, man. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself, Sean. Yeah, no moonwalks, man. So far, so good. So far, so good. All right. One thing I've noticed, and it makes sense, it's not as much of a resource drain as this one because this is written in a high-level language. But out of the park, they should have. I mean, again, both PCs I'm running on, as you are, Dwayne, really are far above the system specs, but you benefit, like with any game, you're going to benefit with more. So, but this version, even on this, so right now I'm showing, doing this game on an older gaming laptop, which has a GTX 1660 Ti, which again is well above the minimum specs, way above even the recommended specs for out of the park baseball, but it still hitches and hiccups. But on the new PC and on this one, out of the park 26 seems more optimized. And on the new one, I've seen no glitches. On this older one, every once in a while, but to be fair, that's also after I've been doing some intense work, and I want to beta test games after doing a lot of other stuff. I want to see how well they perform, and then from a cold, like shut it down for 10 minutes, fire it back up. And I'm really happy with Out of the Park 26 so far, and the new features, especially Drive for the Pennant, covering every season now. That's just freaking brilliant, man. All right, one away here in the top of the 8th, and here's Larry Doyle, as we said. 2-2 pitch. Doyle swings, hard grounder. Mickey Vernon 2 steps to his left, and that will retire Larry Doyle. Here's Ed Kenichi now, and Ed Kenichi went yard back in the 8th, and that gave the 1910s a very brief lead. 3-3 your score here in the top of the 8th here at New Comiskey Park, or Guaranteed Cellular Rate Family Field, whatever the hell it's called. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and Kenichi drills this one to center, turns on the Jets, and picks up his 4th double of the year. So 2 out. And the story for these 1910s, they've been getting runners into scoring position, not getting them home. So leaving 5 on base. All right. And those runs coming after 2 outs, by the way. All right, here's Chief Wilson. After this, this is probably going to clear. It's probably going to clear the park a little bit, but we're going to just jump into a little bit of Diamond Mine baseball, just because I want to show off some of the things that are possible and fun with that game. And if you're an Action PC player, you'll feel right at home, except, there's no photographs of field, no sound, but, it's always imploring me, please play me on the channel. So I'm just going to kind of show you how to get around it and show you just how much is in the game. It's really a fun game, and there's a lot of good stuff available out there without spending tons of money. So Diamond Mine Baseball coming up again, and we can have a little chin wag while we're going through some Diamond Mine Baseball. I expect about half the viewership's going to fly away, but you're missing a good game. A really, really fine piece of fine baseball software. All right, Chief Wilson is nothing for 3. Kenichi on a second, 2 away. Feller deals, and Wilson swings the first pitch, grounder to Jim Keltner on to Mickey Vernon, and once again, 2 outs. They don't get it done. We go to the bottom of the 8th. We are still tied at 3. Ed Walsh is at 104 pitches and good for 150. So these guys, plenty of gas left in the tank to battle it out here in this 3-3 tie. Back at the top of the order, and we've got Buddy Lewis, Ina Slaughter, and Joe DiMaggio due up. So an former American leaguer, former National Leaguer, former American leaguer. So Buddy Lewis, all 3 of his connects, if you will, have been on the ground, and one of them was a single, 2 infield ground outs. Walsh brings it, 1-1 pitch, swung on, blooper to first. Kenichi has it, out number 1. So identical lines except for left on base for these teams, each 3-5-0. Ina Slaughter, nothing for 3. Buddy Blattner, hopefully you're enjoying the game here, because I'm going to do that baseball's greatest hits again another time, buddy, and then you can go ahead and file an issue with YouTube. That's fine. That's your right, dude. Wherever territory you're in, because the thing said, guys, it doesn't affect the channel. It's not a copyright strike. It's just that part of the video was blocked in some territories. So I think my Russian bot friend has struck twice. First, because we used George Sisler last year when we showed off the baseball's greatest hits software, and this year with Carl Hubble. So Buddy Blattner definitely safeguarding the memories of the voices of these baseball players from the evil, the nefarious, the amoral. Actually, I can't be evil and amoral at the same time. So I'll be amoral. The amoral Beatles eternally for daring to replay a great time in baseball history when Carl Hubble struck out Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Jimmy Fox, Al Simmons, and Joe Cronin in the 1934 series. So again, Buddy Blattner, this one's for you, my good friend and buddy pal. All right. Hard to believe Ron Say is 77 years old. Damn. All right, Ina Slaughter, nothing for 3. Here's a delivery from Walsh, and this one, fly ball. This one gets over Cobb's head. Wow. How about that? So Ina Slaughter ends up with a double. Cobb came in on the ball and just boop, started tearing back, and it's off the wall. So Slaughter with not enough speed to make it to third. And that will bring up Joe DiMaggio. And he doubled back into sixth. One away. So a chance here for the 1940s to break the deadlock. 2-1 pitch. DiMaggio swings. Grounder to Kenichi. He will take it to the bag himself for the out. Moving to third on the play is Ina Slaughter and his Mickey Vernon. So Mickey extended his hitting streak back in the second with a single. From the stretch in the 2-1 pitch, Vernon swings, RBI, base hit into right field. Coming into scores, Ina Slaughter. The 1940s reclaimed the lead. It's 4-3. When we go to the 1910s ninth, we will see Bush. We may see some pinch hitters coming up for the 1910s. We'll just put it that way. 2 away, Flash Gordon in at the plate, 1 for 2. Hit by a pitch the last time. Mickey Vernon on at first. Walsh checks the runner, 2 away, a 1 pitch. Cut on by Gordon. This one drilled, but this time Ty Cobb short of the track has it. All right, top of the ninth. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors. The 1940s lead 4-3. So Donnie Bush in the game has walked twice and struck out. We're going to see if Donnie can get on against Feller, and then we'll go to our bench. 0-2 pitch. 1-2 pitch, I'm sorry. And Donnie Bush swings and a miss. And that's the 10th strikeout for Bob Feller. But Ray Schalk, day is done. And we are going to bring in Shoeless Joe Jackson, baby. All right. So Jackson, not seeing a lot of playing time in the league. We've got to fix that. But coming into pinch hit, hitting .231. Here we go. Bringing Black Betsy, hefting it on his shoulder. Said that Babe Ruth modeled his swing after Shoeless Joe. Feller peers in, has the sign from Danning. Need to be careful. Dangerous hitter up there. Third highest batting average until you, well, actually, even when you factor in Oscar Charleston. Third highest batting average in baseball. 1-2 pitch. Jackson swings, pop behind the plate. Danning flings aside the mask and makes the catch. And Ed Walsh would like to get his last innings here, but for sentimental value reasons, we are going to bring in Sam Crawford for the final at bat. What will seem to be the final at bat at this game. Crawford, surprisingly, is making his first, he's 0 for 4 in the season. So Sam Crawford not getting much starting time in this league. 1-2 pitch. Crawford swings, and that's your ball game, but a good one it was. Let's do our recap here. So the 1940s improved to 8-4. The 1910s fall to 5-7. The line for the 1940s, 4 runs, 7 hits, no errors. For the 1910s, 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors. Bob Feller remains undefeated at 4-0. Ed Walsh falls to 1-3. Only one highlight for the victorious 1940s, and that was Joe Gordon, went 1 for 3 with a home run and 2 runs batted in. For the 1910s, on a losing cause, Ed Kenichi went 2 for 3 with a home run and a double. Home run Baker goes 3 for 4 with a triple and a double. How about that? So 3 doubles hit by the 1910s. Home run Baker, Ed Kenichi, and Ray Cracker Schalk. 1 triple hit by home run Baker, and a home run by Ed Kenichi. How about that? Let's see, doubles for the 1940s. Ina Slaughter, Joe DiMaggio, and Harry Danning. No triples, no surprise there. 1 home run hit by Joe Gordon. Having a look here at pitching. Ed Walsh went 8 in a losing cause, 4 earned runs, gave up a home run, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts, a 3.30 earned run average. So Walsh's ERA escalates a bit. Bob Feller gets the complete game win, 9 innings pitched, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, a home run, 4 walks, 11 strikeouts, and his ERA goes down to 3.86. 1.62. Your player of the game, I expect, will be Bob Feller. And indeed it is Bob Feller. Okay, cool. So we're going to look at the standings before the end of this day is out and see who is where and doing what and who's chasing whom. So the 1980s decade, half game up on the 1940s at 8-3, the 8-40s at 8-4. 1940s, I should say. The 1960s and 1930s, just a game out at 7 wins, 4 losses. The 1970s, finally above 500 at 6-5. And then we have a kind of a weird bunch up going down there. And for those of you who are not fans of 2000s baseball, you'll be happy to know that they are 4-7, but a long way to go. All right, so here's where everybody will start to fly, but we're going to do some talking here about an excellent game that is not going to light your socks on fire or anything like that. We're going to go ahead and close out of Action PC. So you saw the little quick splash screen. So Diamond Mine Baseball, welcome to the gray screen of what the hell's going on here, but it's a great game. So let's just start here. So as far as creating what if teams and stuff like that, working with databases in this game, this is probably the easiest game to work with databases for copying players over wholesale and stuff like that. Diamond Mine is excellent. Diamond Mine also used for a long time by many of the best, newspapers, used by ESPN, used by Elias Sports Bureau back in the day, what have you, to predict World Series, all kinds of things. Out of the Park seems to be the one but still a lot of outlets using this game. There's no audio, there's no animation, and there's a hell of a good baseball simulation under it. But again, in cards and dice baseball, there's the sound of and there's no crowd unless you're Robert. Then you are a crowd. Then you get to do stadium cheers, stadium yay, and all that. But what's important to me is the game. I don't, it doesn't pretend to be MLB The Show. It doesn't pretend to be Out of the Park Baseball. It doesn't pretend to be Action PC. It is what it is. My one knock on the game is the fact that they are in maintenance mode. They're not updating things they should be updating. For instance, I have all the All-Star games from 1933 to 2008. But Beatles, why don't you have the All-Star games from 2009 to 2024? Because Imagine Sports hasn't done them. The All-Time Great Players, Volume 1 and 2. Volume 1, beginning of baseball, up to 1968. Volume 2, 1969 to, yes, you guessed it, 2008. Hasn't been updated. So guys, come on, there's, it's 2025. It can't be that hard because you're offering these newer seasons. Update the All-Time Great Players, please, 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 please. At least, come on, there's some players that deserve it, right? Should be in there. Hey, Richard, good to see you. Hasn't been a while. It's been a while. Started with Diamond Mine when it was Pursue the Pennant in 1992. Gone away at times, but always come home. Thank you. He says, always come back. It is, and I'm going to put that up there because you know what? Damn it. You're right. It is a very good game. And we'll do the theatrical pause here, and they absolutely need to update the game. They do. I don't know. I guess it's maybe it's a money issue, whatever. We are in a very niche hobby. All right, now. This isn't going to be a tutorial on how to do Diamond Mine, because Diamond Mine can be a little bit tricky. So when we go to this file menu, it's very different to back up, to restore, and to install. Like installing a database is very, very different from restoring and all that. So I did do a video on this like a year and a half ago. If anybody wants to check that out, you can. If there's any, if you want to leave in the comments, anybody would like some Diamond Mine tutorials, I'd be glad to do them. One of the cool things about this game, though, is Organizer. And I have, let me see, Volume 1. of all of the all-time great players list. I suggest if you buy Out of the Park Baseball, I do believe you get volume 1 with your purchase, but you get some money off if you get the all-time great players volume 2. I love this. This is probably the coolest, not probably, it is. This is the coolest all-time greats 2-banger set that you can get. The reason being is instead of taking the usual route of getting the greatest franchise players over the entire history of the franchise, they've broken it down. So think of this more for those of you and those of us who have Steve Tate's excellent 5-year franchise files. It's that kind of approach, but using, right? So, but you will get like if we look up here, we have Boston A1 and Boston A2, Boston A3. Right there, there are 3 different versions and no overlaps of the Boston Red Sox. You can also re-nickname, which I started to do. So the organizer shows you all the teams that come with this. So there are already teams, schedules, out of the box, ready to rock. Parks. There they are. All the parks you need. Proper diagrams, everything like that. And believe me, even the play-by-play knows the dimensions of the parks. It's really cool. It's another thing. This game has fantastic play-by-play. I would say except for baseball for Windows, because it has the advantage of the AI, Ernie Harwell and the AI sort of reactive crowd and stuff like this. This is arguably the best play-by-play in the business. Players. Well, you get a ton of them. Again, this is volume 1. So this is very, very similar to the baseball history collection. You can also see some gaps in here. So you have players here that aren't on any teams. You can see where everybody is, which is pretty cool. Very easy to import and move players and combine databases in this. And, you know, this does things like shift click and you can move multiple players. You don't want to do that. You just want to move some players here and there. Control click. So you're familiar with Windows. Super easy to use. Okay. We'll look at some player cards in a minute. There are your leagues. You can set up leagues the way you want them. I've just called them 1 and 2. Big deal. And then you have all of this other stuffies that you can look at. Here's all the eras. This thing covers all kinds of eras. So you have a kind of little baseball time machine. You want to play a season, but you want to see how a certain team would play in a different era of baseball. You can do it here, just like you can in others. Comes with, of course, their schedules. You can draft in this game. You can make all kinds of notes. So all-time greatest players notes. There's somebody did a little general note thing on the Negro League players. Let's see if we can look at it. There we go. So we can read about how these guys were rated, because there are some Negro League players in here, and you can see how Diamond Mine did that. So pretty cool. You get a lot going on here. If I go to import, and if I wanted to import, and I'm looking for teams from anything that I have bought, or even that's, and this isn't all I bought. There's more. But I could pull out teams from any one of these things, right, and bring them in here if I want to, okay? So let me cancel here. Same thing, right? Parks. You want to import parks? Import parks. And a great resource, if you really want to do that, for park images is the same thing that go to that same site that Mike Silva used, that has all the diagrams of ballparks, and the name will come back to me in a few moments. And then you can use ballpark images in here. A lot of cool. There's some players have done some game players have done some cool mods. All right, let's look at, again, you can import players here too from anywhere you want. So if I don't want to import, like this is the all-time great teams too. There's like a whole bunch of those. If I see that somebody isn't on one of these all-time, I can bring them in. I can trade one of these guys out. Super, super easy. Just import a player, switch your database, go. So that's a great similarity to Action PC Baseball. Okay, so Truth Hurts Wilkie. This is who I want to get on, because this is a guy who could really speak a lot about Diamond Mine baseball. He says he has every Diamond Mine season except like 4. Dude, I'm nowhere near close to you. I have 1876 to 1926. I have I have all the all-time great teams volumes. I have the all-time great players volume 1, 2, the ELO teams tournament, and some other stuff like that. But this will be the game down the line since the digital baseball game hasn't come along that says invest in me the way you've invested in Action PC baseball. I think I'm going to start throwing money at Imagine Sports and just start working my way forward from 1926. So Truth Hurts Wilkie, if you ever want to come on, I'm going to put this in here. If you ever want to come on, you can. You always can. And maybe talk about Diamond Mine. And again, if there's interest, I would love to do some tutorials on what I think is an excellent baseball game. All right. Now, for those of you, for the curious among you, saying, okay, what about pictures? Well, because Dick Allen made it into the Hall of Fame finally this year, let's bring up Dick Allen's cards. So there it is. One thing to be aware of is that the pictures that you use in Action PC baseball and Out of the Park baseball will not work here. These are a different file format, but available freely on the Fans of Diamond Mine Baseball forum and also the main Diamond Mine forum. So DMB David, very, very cool. If you go to the Diamond Mine forum, you can find all the homebrew stuff, and I'll show it to you. There's so much. Diamond Mine's very cool with allowing people to do homebrews. In fact, all the seasons up to 1926 are homebrewed seasons, and even though now they're starting to do those seasons, Diamond Mine is allowing them to stay up. The only thing they don't allow you to do is you can't create leagues or teams using their data. So just remember that. So if you would have like the all-time great players volume 1 and volume 2 and decide you wanted to create your own sort of all-time greats league and put it up there, if it's their data, you can't use it. But you can use, in other words, and you can't put up things where people had to buy seasons. So, but I think that's reasonable. I mean, Dave Cook wouldn't allow us to just go out there and, hey, here, I redid the baseball history collection by integrated people from the Negro Leagues. Well, those are 2 commercial products, but they're very cool about that. So you have to get on your laptop. No worries, just some night. Don't have to do it tonight. Just invitation's always there. Even if we're doing another game, if you say, hey, I want to talk about it, we can. So anyhow, I will admit it is Spartan. It is Spartan. There is no ifs, ands, or buts around it, but you get lots of nice stats here. You get the players' ratings underneath. Okay. So we can see how he is for bunt. He's fair at sack bunting. He's poor at hitting for, bunting for a base hit. Running very good, stealing very good, gets a fair jump. You can see his ratings at each position. He is prone to injury. Fair outfield arm, all kinds of stuff. His power versus lefties, righties. Again, this is all familiar with Action PC. So see, there isn't similar to Action PC. There's a method to my madness. Secondary stats. There you can see there's cool sabermetric stuff that you can check out to your heart's content. He wasn't a pitcher, but if he was, there would be his pitching stats, fielding stats in this particular league. We can check out. You can look at his status, and you got game logs and stuff like that, and how he's doing in your specific replay and stuff like that. And this will track starts and what have you. Okay. You can also look as you're doing a replay in Diamond Mine Baseball and you're tracking it along. You can, if you did a spring training, how they do in preseason, regular season, wild card, division playoffs, league championships, and then what they call the organization championship, because you can't use the term World Series unless you're Out of the Park baseball. There you go. So you've got that going. If you don't want to close and you want to just look at more players this way, you can advance. Everything's alphabetical order. There's Ethan Allen, and there's Frank Allen and Johnny Allen, or you can scroll down here and pick who you want. You can see there's a crap ton of players, man. This is nowhere near as large as the baseball history collection, but this and all-time great players volume 2 gives you about 44 to 4,500 players. Create what you want. Have fun. Again, this uses a similar to like a peak slice of a player's career that Action PC Baseball does with the Baseball History Collection. So that's very nice. I like that. I love the organizer. The organizer is kind of the heart of this game. This is where, again, importing, deleting, modifying, and yes, you can edit players in this game, by the way, too. But let's so now you understand. So, and the organizer will work with the season that you have loaded in. And I could take this entire season and change its era, normalize it to a different era. I love that. There's enough players in here, not in any teams, that you could probably create another. But let's look at some rosters. Why don't we do that? Moving on to game. No, this is self-explanatory. So here's transfer. So you can import league databases. You can install a league database, create. You can import stats, export stats with this. You can rebuild databases and indices and update streaks and usage. Pretty cool stuff. You can restart a season. I love the fact it's so simple to just right in Action PC Baseball, right? You have all these things. But this, I can just restart a season and it's going to restart everything. Release everybody. You can generate manager profiles if you don't want to create managers. Pretty good stuff, man. I love the game. I love this game very, very much. Let's look at rosters and manager profiles, because I've just shown you guys all these players and you've seen, well, what team they're on, but you're not seeing who else they're teamed up with. So as I said, in my humble opinion, I think this is the best all-time greats ever done for any baseball game. This is the way to do it. So we have 4 versions of the Red Sox. Let's look at version 1. Version 1 of the Red Sox. All right, so here we go. And there's going to be names you're not going to know, right? So we got Barry. There's Kerrigan. People are going to know Kerrigan. There's Luke Krieger is here. Clyde Engel. Harris. There's Jake Stahl. You get the idea, right? So, and any of these guys, you know, there we go. There's Harry Hooper. Harry Hooper on the Boston Red Sox version 1 team. Okay. I love this. I love the way they've done this. Oops, I'm double clicking in the wrong way. There's Alex Ferguson. Who knows about Alex Ferguson? But there he is. There he is on this Boston squad. Okay, and again, we are looking at the roster. We can look at pitching stats here all the way down, so you get a good idea. And ratings. I like this too. I like the way Diamond Mine presents ratings right next to the stats. Kind of helps you make sense of things. Saved lineups are here. Depth chart, again, not as pretty. It's not pretty like Pure Sim or like Out of the Park Baseball. Doesn't have a pretty depth chart to it. So, but you can switch positions and you can see here your depth chart. So there, Heine Wagner down here is number 3. Everett Scott is going to be your first choice, then Wagner, then Ryan, whoever Ryan is. And that came up as an empty window. Okay. So that's how depth charts work in this game. You can look at lineups versus lefties, versus righties, and then you can have up to 8 lineups, which is pretty cool, right? Manager tendencies. Not as deep as Out of the Park Baseball. This is about at the level more of more like Action PC Baseball. Out of the Park and Pure Sim and Strategy Baseball, I think, have the deepest management options, but this is still pretty good. You can get down to player tendencies for each player, and you can decide what you want them to do if you want to get that deep and dirty with this game. Okay. And then here's your manager profile for this particular manager. Okay. And you can see there's a lot going on here. The game doesn't mess around. Okay. Oops, my fault. I'm sorry, guys. So let's go back to, good Lord, I'm having trouble seeing tonight. This is terrible. It's just terrible. But that's okay. Give me a second. The other thing is the it moves fast, baby. It moves fast. It moves fast. There we go. All right. Now, now let's look at the Boston Red Sox too. And it's not like this is all about the Boston Red Sox, but there we go. Completely different players. Completely different players, man. So there's no right. Harry Hooper's not on here. He's not on this team. So you're going to have some time. This is like, I think 1940s. Yep. 1940s. So it shows you the park that they're in, stuff like that. It's outdoor grass, whatever. So I've never, ever seen something like this. I think it's really, really cool. Yeah. So you can look at simulated stats, real life stats, whatever. Good stuff. I think that's worth it right there. And it's not that expensive at all. Let's look at, I don't know, somebody give me I don't care. Give me let me see. Let's look at another roster. Let's tell you what, let's switch database. You guys like modern baseball. Okay, Truth Hurts Wokey says he's trying to fire up his laptop. That's cool. Let's change the active database. So when you have a bunch of databases, and that's what leagues are called in this, they're called databases. So let's go to volume 2 so that you guys can have some, and that's the only sound in the game. There it was. So you guys can look at some more modern things here. But before I do that, let me show you something. When you go, and if you buy this set, this all-time great players, so you see all these teams here. Now this is volume 2. So these are all modern players. You get 2 different leagues per. So there's 2 leagues to play here, no repeats. And if I go back to volume 1, there's 2 more. Just here, imagine the amount of baseball that you can play with these teams. It will keep games, save games in progress. So you can see in progress right now, we have Chicago Cubs, the 4th version of the Cubs, playing the 4th version of the Reds. This game's in progress. Cincinnati 5 and Seattle. So there's just one Seattle in here. Makes sense. They don't have a long enough history yet to really create that. But here you go. Tracking standings, everything, lots you can do in this game. But let's look at, so again, there's all kinds of reports that you can look at. The game does all the reports that you want to do. They're there. But let's look at a couple modern rosters. I don't know if Robert's still here, but let's look at a version of the New York Mets, because why not? Here we go. Let's open this Mets team. So there we go. There's Duffy Dyer. There's Jerry Grody. Right? There's Hodges. Maddox. There's Mazzilli. Apodaca. Yeah, there we go. Dwayne Bernard. I mean, I don't even know if I know him. There's Gary Gentry. Of course, we know who that is. There's Ed Lynch, former Bucco. There's your lineup. There's your bench. Man, you got Agee, Backman, Boswell, Dyer, Doug Flynn, Wayne Garrett, Grody, Harrelson, Danny Heap. So lots of Mets, and this is not the only Mets team in here. So, well, I'll tell you what. I wish somebody would get me some stuff for Diamond Mine for Valentine's Day, which is past. Sean hates the game, and that's okay, man. It's all right. It is all cool. Other actions. You can, of course, you can erase saved lineups. You can copy. You can generate, generate profiles. You can generate lineups and depth charts. If you don't feel like making your own, do your own. I really, really like it. I love the game. I don't care that it's graphically sparse at all. Doesn't bother me none. At all. You don't hate the game. You like the engine. Presentation is lacking. Got it. So your internet connection has been terrible and you have 1 gig. That kind of sucks. Well, man, just, tonight when you can, just join, when you're ready. So no worries, Truth Hurts Wokey. Don't be afraid to just type in the chat, if there's something you'd like me to show or what have you. I would certainly like to. I don't claim to be an expert on this game, but just so you guys can see, before we will jump into a game, which will probably, 19 people. Pretty nice. This guy here, and we're gonna have to. We can't use the scrolly trick over here, but this is this harkens back. This shows this game's roots, certainly. Look, you got a great tutorial, takes you through step by step. I don't know when version 13 is coming out, but I will buy it. If anybody does buy Diamond Mine Baseball, this is really important. Then the next year you buy another one, do not get rid of your older version, because a lot of the things that may be available or whatever would need to be migrated, and you need the previous version. So I have versions 10, 11, and 12 on this computer and saved up to my cloud. So don't get rid of your older versions. You shouldn't anyhow. I have all my out of the park baseballs. I have all my Action PC baseball stuff. So, but for this, you need it for migration. You do have to have it. So when version 13 comes out, if I have a league playing in version 12, I need to bring it into 13. That's all. No big deal. But it's got, you guys remember the old, right, the index, all kinds of stuff. And look at this. There's just, it's crazy what you can do. You can search. It's kind of, how do I do whatever. But it's got a really nice tutorial to it. So there's, click on the basic tutorial. There you go. It's got, again, you can't be afraid to read, because nobody's going to do a full video tutorial on Diamond Mine. Although if they would pay me a few bucks, or Truth Hurts Wilkie, if they would maybe clicking on it's just buffering. Yeah, because I'm not even seeing you here in the green room. So must be your internet connection. Man, we'll get you on here. We'll get you on here. So I'd really love to talk to you about this game, because you've been playing it for so long and in so many leagues. Super easy. Up here, it works like a little browser. We can go back, go to the advanced tutorial, and this is where you start getting into really super deep, cool stuff. No mic or computer access. That's definitely on your side. I'm not sure if you're set up for that, so you want to make sure that you're allowing StreamYard to access your mic. You don't need your webcam on, but you do need your mic. So that's that could be what's happening. Then you can just keep going wherever you want. It'll talk about all kinds of play options. Keep moving. You can really get lost down here. Maybe you want to look at just Organizer, that big, beautiful thing that I've shown you guys. Well, Organizer, there's everything you can do with Organizer, including the things you can do. So there's stats, ratings, everything, injury. Oh my God, it's awesome. It's just awesome. So big help file. And then you want to go to the index, and we'll just pick something at random. So we click on Computer Manager, and then this opens up another. Hey, there he is. Can you hear? Are you there? I got you on here, but I don't got you on here. Yeah, you have to pick what you will allow, says Sean. So I have you on here as Don. I get you're Don, right? So I have you here, but I'm not hearing you. And I do know that my game or my headphones are working, because it just blinged in my ear. So I'm not sure what's going on your side yet. Let me see. Mute mic, and I can't even mute her on there. And I'm going to unmute you again if I can. There we go. There you go. I hear you. Can you say something?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. Hey, we have success.
Hey, good evening and welcome to the ballpark.
Oh, listen to that voice. You should be doing streaming, man. You have a great voice for this.
Well, I used to be a radio announcer for about 12 years.
Yeah, you said that before. So you're cutting it a little out, but we're gonna try to work with you here. So why don't you tell us a little bit about your experience? I mean, obviously it's a game you love. You're a member of how many leagues? I think we lost you again. All right.
I'm in like 8 or 9. I'm in a winter league right now, and it's almost ready to end.
Wow. So do you do any sort of like do you do any historical you said you've owned you almost every I'm jealous that
Hey,
you
hang
own
on
all,
just a sec. I'm getting
okay. You need to mute YouTube so that way you just hear me.
okay. Sorry, I'm getting feedback. What I need to do?
On YouTube, if you hover over the little speaker icon on YouTube, if you click it, it'll mute it, and then you'll just hear me, and then
Wait a minute.
people hear you and me talking. So this is like we're on a Zoom meeting presenting on YouTube.
Okay, sorry. When I was talking, I kept hearing my voice. So let me see here.
All right, you should be okay now if you mute YouTube. Just give us a test when you're ready.
Okay, hang on.
Yep.
Okay, can you hear me now better?
Yeah, and you're not hearing yourself, right?
Well, yeah, I keep hearing feedback. And let me turn my other beacon. Let me.
Yeah. Go ahead and do that. We'll be right here. So, guys, while Don is doing that, his Truth Hurts Wilkie, we're looking at Diamond Mine Baseball, a game that really doesn't get enough love. One of the reasons is it doesn't quote unquote play well. We'll do a game, and I mean the game's play is great. I think you need somebody with a really good voice to do it. I don't have that, unfortunately. But as the game goes on, I mean the play-by-play gets really riveting. It can take something like a little bloop single and it can get you on the edge of your seat. It draws you in. So where Sean is correct, it does lack in presentation. I mean, Action PC is a nice game. You get photographs of the ballpark.
This you need it for migration. PC is a nice game. You get photographs of the ballpark.
Oh, now I'm hearing me. That's weird. I shouldn't be able to hear me. That's weird. So Don's still working with the settings in the background. But the play-by-play as it goes along. So what it lacks for in kind of, hey there, that beautiful woman across the bar that you want to buy a drink. It makes up for the play-by-play is fantastic in this game. The way it tracks stats, the way it does reports, its ease of use. This game, once you get used to how to install databases, how to restore databases, things like that, like the difference, it's a different thing from doing a homebrew, from doing something that you bought from Imagine Sports. Those are the trickiest things in Diamond Mine Baseball.
Doing something you bought from Imagine Sports. Those are the trickiest things in Diamond Mine Baseball. Doing something you bought from Imagine Sports. Those are the trickiest things in Diamond Mine Baseball.
Okay. Yeah, now I'm getting feedback. Don, I'm going to have to try to boot you out here and let you try to come back on.
Okay, I'll try that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we'll have to. There we go. Okay. So we looked at the help file. You guys can look at that. Look, you want to get into a draft? Look at all the stuff for a draft, right? From creating a draft all the way through. And I'll tell you what, guys. Let's just display computer pics. Boom. This thing drafts really well. It really, really, really drafts well. They also, this is one of those games that's a closed engine with an open engine, which might kind of sound bizarre to you guys, but it shows you. They tell you through the steps. It will tell you how the computer GM chooses players. Really, really nice. So it's smart. It's very, very, very smart. And as somebody else said, another Diamond Mine player in here said, if you're managing against this game, don't get complacent. It's really, really that good. It'll come back and haunt you. So you don't want to make too many mistakes with this thing. But I like that. I like it. It gives you a great, great challenge. What else? God. So distance of ballparks, right? So you can work with them, create ballparks. You can put in factors, all kinds of stuff. So it's not standardized, blah, 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 whatever. There we go. But let's go ahead and make this small, and let's do a game. Let's do a little bit of a game just to show. So you have two things. You can choose either a scheduled game or an exhibition game. So we can do a scheduled game, I guess. And this is in volume 2. So something you guys can more relate to. Let's take Philadelphia. This is the 4th version of the Phillies versus the fourth version of the Pirates. I have no idea. Click on the game, click play, and play selected game. And we are told here that we're ready to start. So you can here's where you can change up managers. You can also change speed here of the delay between the messages, delay at the end of play. You can change your play-by-play font here if you want, make it a little bit larger. I find for me 18 really works nicely, but you can bring this all the way up to 72 if you want. And then, of course, the style. I know nothing big, huge here, but you can pick some fonts and what have you. It has a lot of system fonts. The usual suspects. Okay. If you go to managers, if you want the computer to just do starting lineups, but you want to manage the other, like you want to manage substitutions, tactics, runnings, throwing, you can just check all human. So I just have everything set to the computer for right now. For your colors and text here, you can change text size for lineup, bench, scorecard, dimensions, defense, offense. All of this stuff you can change in here to make it a little bit easier to see. But let's click OK. Gives us a little weather report. Hey, there's Legends. Legends, was it tonight or was it Monday that you were starting opening day? Because if this is, you're about to go into game 4, your quadruple header, or maybe you already did it. I don't want to miss that. But I was looking when I thought you were going to be on, and the only other baseball that was on was our Red Sox fan. So let's see if we can get Don back here. How are you, bud?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you nicely.
Oh, I think what happened was I had to turn you down on that one side.
That's what we needed. Okay. So you're back. I was just going to jump into a game here in a second, but maybe you okay. Noon 4, 8 and 10 o'clock on Monday, guys, is the season opener for Legend Sports Baseball, the Franchise Stars Baseball Universe League. I'm sorry, and I'm so glad I'm off Monday because I know what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be watching my Pittsburgh Pirates and a bunch of other stuff. Legends just does a great job. Now we got somebody else on here who has a great broadcasting voice too. So you were saying, it's okay, I call you Don since you're bringing that on. Here's your name. So Don, so you've been a member. So how many years have you been playing Diamond Mine baseball?
Well, I've been in these leagues for about 10 or 11 years.
Wow. Nice.
But I've had Diamond Mine for a long time, but I was just kind of reluctant to get in baseball leagues.
Okay, so maybe a little advice for me because I've said on this channel, I mean, you guys, I mean, I play a lot of different baseball games on here, and for the longest time, I was only looking for games that, in a way, I had access to the seasons, like Baseball for Windows, where I could use the Fan Park Encyclopedia, Out of the Park, which gives you all the seasons, other seasons, right? Action PC baseball drew me in to the point where I just bought every damn season. I've been waiting for that digital base, the next one to come along for me to say I'm going to throw money at it. I've thrown a lot of money at this game already, but I've decided this one's been right under my nose. I love playing this game. So for somebody that would be jumping into doing more seasonal stuff now with, and I have up to 1926. So 1927 is what I need. Do you suggest jumping into just the classic past seasons or the deluxe past seasons? Because there's a distinction between the two. Which would you go for? I mean, because the deluxe is more expensive and not every season is available yet for deluxe.
Well, here's the thing. Can you hear me right now?
Your volume went way down.
Okay, hang on. Let me turn my volume up.
Thanks, John.
I put some headphones on, so I hope this does a little bit better.
Okay.
I like to play with the original lineups.
Okay.
And then a lot of the seasons that I bought, that if it shows that you bought them, that when they upgrade them, it only costs you like $10 for an upgrade.
Oh, wow. That's a good deal.
Yeah, it's a real good deal.
Now, does it use actual transactions of the deluxe seasons as well? Right?
Yes, it
Okay.
has original lineups, and it makes when like there's trades made and stuff, it'll automatically make the trades for you.
Oh, nice. That's really cool. What are some? I mean, again, there's so much to this game that, my God. I mean, come on. I've been talking about it for a little while. You can't even. I haven't even scratched the surface with this. My feelings about the play-by-play just stand. I think there's really nothing better. I mean, if I've got to take baseball windows out of the equation for obvious reasons, but for a purely text-based play-by-play, I don't think there's anything better than Diamond Line Baseball. It's amazing.
I don't know why I keep, when you talk, I don't know if I've got so much reverb and I'm probably doing something wrong, but I keep hearing myself or you like 3 times in a row.
There's got to be something you don't have muted on your side, because I'm not getting any. I was getting feedback from you for a minute, and then when you went off and came back on, I'm hearing you perfectly.
Okay, let me see.
All right.
Was it my speakers, or can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, but if you're hearing me as an echo, do you have the YouTube broadcast muted?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube.
Okay, do you have it muted?
I think I turned that one off. Let me see.
Yeah, because you got to mute it. That's where you're going to start hearing me 3 times.
Okay.
You don't want that. Hearing me once is painful enough. Trust me.
Huh. Well, I guess sometime I'll have to work with this because, like I said, I'm here. I thought I got you on YouTube, but I thought it was muted.
Yeah, because it should have a little speaker crossed out on it, like a little line through it.
Let me see here. Yeah, I've got that.
That's bizarre that you're getting a feedback loop. Well, I'll tell you what. Do you want to talk about the game a little bit? Now just shut up. That would be easy. Then you won't hear me 3 times.
Well, there was a guy, Luke Kramer. He originally made a bunch of the when it was PTP, Pursue the Pennant. He made a lot of those seasons up, and I bought a bunch of them from him. And then that's when I think he later on went to the Red Sox and did some stuff for the Red Sox.
Oh, wow.
And so basically I had a bunch of the old, the little floppy drives.
Yes.
Bought a bunch of them, but Diamond Mine wouldn't accept those because, he did those. So what I had to do is actually buy them. And the 4 seasons I don't have are the ones that basically are like when Ted Williams didn't play in the 40s World Series because of he went to war, and some of the good players didn't get to play in the during the year because they entered the war for like 3 or 4 or 5 years.
Right, because he lost time in the Second World War and the Korean War, correct?
Yes, and then I think they just came out with the 1990 or 1920 season. I don't have that one.
Okay,
but I do have some, I guess, bootleg. Where people did them, like Luke Kramer, and but they don't have the original lineup on them.
But the lineup generator in this is pretty good, though. I've seen.
Well, another thing is you can also, I've never done it because we're not allowed to in leagues, but you can go in there for each player. Like if a guy's fair at shortstop, you can make him a very good or an expert.
Yeah.
And you can tinker around with it. And that buddy of mine, Rocky, he's in I think he's in 27 or 28 leagues. He said for 2 years, he went in there and learned the game so much that he basically, especially in these leagues, he now when I draft players, I like the players. I go for players I think will be in the future are good. Some of these guys will basically take guys that can hit left-handers and right-handers both. Where they'll stack their lineup. But one thing I've realized in league Diamond Mine, it seems like if you got left-handers, they don't perform well as right-handers. And then, of course, the leagues, if people stack their lineup against left-handed hitters, left-handed pitchers, I guess that's what, some of these guys will stack, all 9 great right-handed hitters against a left-handed pitcher. And one year I had Urias the Dodgers. He had a really good year for the Dodgers. But in one of my leagues, he had like almost a 7-point earned run average because, there was some of these guys that aren't very good players hit, 330 just against left-handed pitching. And, some of these guys just tinker around with it. But I don't know. It's a lot of fun. A lot of people, these kids don't like it because there's no graphics and stuff to it.
I know. And it's like, it drives me nuts.
Right.
So here's going to be the burning question for a lot of people because everybody asks this. But of course, in the words of our good friend Al, welcome in, my friend. Hey, midlife crisis. So, a lot of people are sort of like accuracy, but as our good friend Dave Gardner always says, as soon as you click that mouse or roll the dice, you're in a fantasy league anyhow. It's a fictional league, right? I've said this so many times, if you want to see a season play out exactly, just go to backtobaseball.com and you can see every pitch as it happened. But this game has a reputation for being very, very accurate. So how about your personal experiences with it when doing a strict season replay? Do you feel the same? Do you feel that reputation is earned?
I would say, I've played some seasons, and a lot of times I like to just let the computer play the games and see the stats.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, when you're in league, when you're going to have different players, everything's going to be different. You got different pitchers and different hitters. But if you play let the computer play the original season, a lot of them stats are really pretty close. I mean, it's amazing. No, you're not going to get everybody, but some of these guys, like if they play say 160 games and they hit maybe 35 home runs, sometimes you might be right on that and RBIs. And strikeouts and walks sometimes are really close. That's now if you play with the original lineup, which I do.
Right. Well, so Richard brings up a good point here, Don. I hope I'm not echoing too much in your ear. So this is very accurate. That type of thing is always in the eye of the beholder. And also what I addressed at the top of the broadcast as far as games like out of the park baseball. And I think that holds true here with Diamond Mine, that, the designers put in here that you can adjust manager tendencies. And as I've shown in Pearson baseball, you can actually import the managers, and Baseball for Windows has manager AI. You got to get your hands a little bit dirty. If you leave everything at neutral, that's what you're going to get. But I think that if you want to get that deep, I think that you're going to, let's say you're doing an Orioles replay, just pulling one out of my head right now. Well, that Earl Weaver had a very different style of managing than say, somebody like Sparky Anderson, right? So if you want the Orioles to more perform as they did under Earl Weaver, then you've got to really kind of study Earl Weaver as a manager. Now, I don't know if there are manager profiles available you can import into this game. I don't know that. I know Out of the Park has them, but I've still found that you got to tweak them. But as Richard says, that accuracy is in the eye of the beholder. And for me, at least, Don, when I do a season replay, I'm actually happy when it doesn't play out exactly. I don't want it to be anomalous. So I don't want like the, let's see. So the St. Louis Cardinals were awful in the dead ball era, right? So I don't want them, winning the 1910 National League, taking over a very powerful Cubs team. That would be an anomaly. But I do like that little bit of wiggle room myself. If it's not exact, it's not exact.
Right.
It doesn't matter. I know, let me say this figuratively. I know the history of baseball. I don't. I mean, John Thorne knows more about baseball than I ever will. Most of you guys know more about baseball than I ever will. But what I mean is I know enough about what happened in baseball that if I go back and do a 1941 season replay, it's not going to break my heart if DiMaggio doesn't have a 56-game hitting streak. It's just not, right? And if Babe Ruth doesn't hit 60 home runs in 1927. I know he did it. For me, these games are about firstly remembering the players and the stories and stuff like that of the game, but also to create just another narrative, because these games, and people will say, okay, Beatles, you got to get on your lithium, dude. But these games are as real to me as any real baseball game I've listened to on radio, watched on the telly, or gone to see live, For me, they are, like that last game we played, those teams would have never met. It would be impossible for them to meet except in heaven. But to me, that was a real game. Or the other night, had somebody hit a walk-off home run, and that was cool. That to me was memorable. So that's why I play these games. But I'm trying to figure out a way for this game to get a little bit more love here. But I always feel like that when I do it, people hang around and watch, but I feel like I'm just reading to people.
Well,
but it's so good. The play-by-play is so damn good. It's like all I have to do is read the play-by-play, makes it exciting. I wish I had a voice like you or Legends, but I don't. Or our Red Sox fan, especially when he does boxing. Nobody does boxing like him. But I'm not blessed with you guys with a good voice.
I don't know. I think you sound pretty daggone good, really. I mean,
not like a broadcaster. My voice comes through as a live performer. I'm a sleight of hand artist, and I'm also a musician. So that's where that comes through. But when I listen to guys like Chris Slovic call a game, I listen to Legends call a game, guys like that. I'm hearing like a baseball game. I hear your voice. I'm like, why aren't you live streaming games? You have you'd be perfect for this. So,
hey, lately I've been too busy occupied by politics.
Well, so am I. I'll just leave it at that.
Right, yeah. Well, you got my. Don't forget, you got my email, and I need you to send me yours because I got something to send you.
Oh, I definitely will do that.
Well,
I've been ill the past week, so
talking about diamond mines. Rocky, he knows how to get in there and tweak it. He can go in there and you can really mess this up, and I'm not really that computer smart on stuff, but he can go in there and change some of the settings. Like he can say his coach is Yogi Berra at third base, and where Diamond Mine, I've never seen that. Like they'll say the third base coach is Yogi Berra or the manager is Yogi Berra or whatever. But he can go in there and tweak it. But he says you got to be really careful doing that. And I don't really know how to do that. Basically, I just play the games and stuff and make trades, stuff like that.
Same here with it. And it's not. And I mean, let's be honest. It's not out of the park baseball. It's not pretty, but it's not bad looking. And I mean, there's a lot of information here too, which may freak a lot of people out. You can look at both lineups just by tabbing. You can see the box score that's going on. It's going to keep a score sheet as we go. I love these nice little features. And I always encourage people, especially action PC players, and some guys like Steve Tate came from this game into action PC. But if you can navigate action PC, you can navigate this, except for installing seasons or backing up seasons or putting in home brews. You got to know the difference between those two processes. But I found that's the only difficult thing that there is in this. Drafts are fun in this game. And you know the help file. It's crazy. It's a dissertation. Yeah, go ahead, Don.
Yeah, another good thing. I'm sorry, I'm still getting feedback, but another good thing about this game is, like, say you can do a computer draft and let the computer draft. Say you have 20 teams or 24. You can let the computer go in there and draft every player for each team.
Yeah,
and what they'll do, they will say you've already drafted 15 players. They'll draft the next best available player for you that you need on your team if you want to do it that way.
Oh, yeah.
But one thing I found out, because I tried to run a league for about 2 or 3 years, and my wife's got some health problems. But when you have a few young guys in, they get bored with this game because they want all the graphics. And to be honest with you, most of the guys in these leagues I'm in, they're in like 10, 20 leagues. And most guys, I'd say, are probably in between 45 and 75, 80 years old. And then, when guys die off, sometimes it's hard to get managers. because nobody really wants to play this game no more.
Well, it's interesting you say that, Don, because I think that's the same. And and again, I apologize. I don't know what's causing the feedback on your side.
It's probably me somehow. Yeah.
We've talked so many times, and welcome in Al again. I want to welcome in FAC Sports Desk with Paul Guy. He is the man to go to for Pocket Pennant Run. Waiting for that next update, Paul. Oh my God, I can't wait. But we've been discussing, Don, how do we get the 20 somethings and 30 somethings, because this is a great hobby. And whether it's cards or dice or this, games like, Out of the Park has the best chance of getting those guys just because it's got, it's the most beautiful looking animated PC game on there, but it's not MLB The Show. But to get people saying like, okay, I want and know, because what Legends does with, somebody give me, if I had to give $1 to everybody for every time I've said this, I would be living in a refrigerator box. He makes MLB The Show do things it wasn't really intended to do. He's making it like a serious sim, and it is. It plays well. But to get people into this, Paul is he's the software tester for Pocket Pennant Run, which I'm absolutely over the moon about. Love the game. Games like this that you and I love. Others, we love action PC baseball, guys playing PC replay, Out of the Park baseball, all these Pure Sim. So many people have downloaded Pure Sim that I put up for free in our Discord and love it. I mean, Sean, who is like here, World's Worst Gamer, he's very, very tough on baseball games. He really likes it. And maybe, we haven't heard your voice yet. How do we get these guys into either rolling some app or a strat or whatever, or hey, look, we've got this game. Yeah, look, I'm going to tell you right up front. We're talking about Diamond Mine. There's no sound. There's no animation. And this is a great baseball game. That's not going to get them. I mean, just how do we hook them? I don't want to see this hobby die. I'm going to be fine with it. But, I want these games to live on, all of them. Even the ones I don't like, PC replay baseball. I love watching our Red Sox fan play. I love watching Bernie play it. That game does not click with me, but it may click with somebody. Because you talked about that demographic, mid 40s to upper 70s. But there's got to be some people out there in their 30s that love the history of the game. I was such a geek, Don, as a 9-year-old kid. As a 9-year-old kid, I was already studying dead ball baseball. So I've always loved the history of the game and how you can live that out. And Al talks about nostalgia. So he gets to see players that either he saw or, like he's a big Red Sox fan, obviously, right? 1967 Impossible Dream Team, to try to take that team to win the World Series and all the fun stuff. Or he'll do what ifs. There was one year, Al, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were doing the 1962 Mets, but didn't you put, was it Ted Williams that you put in there? It was somebody, and right, he just it was a completely new fun narrative. I think it's cool. So Paul has Pure Sim, cool, and you have replay. Never makes it to your table. Yeah, that's how I feel about it. It's there's something about replay. Again, guys, if you love it, that's cool. But I don't know. Do you have any thoughts? How do we get folks into this hobby? Because it's fun. It's rewarding.
Well, the problem is, just like my son-in-law, he's 36. He plays. Mm-hmm. They like playing Fortnite, stuff like that. They just, I think a lot of these young people, Diamond Mine for accuracy, I would say is right, probably one of the top two. Yeah. But the problem is, people just. It's just boring to them because, you're just – some people say they don't like to play computer games. They like playing cards and dice because they want to fill the dice and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And I've got so many Apple seasons, but the problem is it took so long doing stat. And I got part of that, and that's why I really want the Diamond Mine because, that does the stats and stuff. But it's just like me. When I die, all this stuff will probably get thrown away or given to somebody. There's just nobody, a lot of young people just not interested. They want graphics. They want to see what's going on. They want to see a home run going over the right field fence or something. You know what I mean? Uh,
Yeah, I mean I do, Don, and while I understand that, I mean, come on, I love to see a home run. I prefer to see base stealers, but I want to see that home run too. But you can see that, but I get where I try to come from, and I'm an educator, and so I come from it from which to me which has better graphics, a book or a movie. A book's going to win every time. Right. So you look at the Lord of the Rings trilogy, for instance, or the Godfather trilogy, either one. They're beautiful. The first two Godfather movies are masterpieces. All three of the Lord of the Rings movies are masterpieces. They're amazing. They captured the essence of Tolkien. The other one captured the essence, the other first two, of what Mario Puzo wrote. But when I read the Lord of the Rings, I read all of Tolkien's Legendarium every other year. I'm a Tolkien fanatic, did work on him in grad school and stuff like that. Had a professor who studied under J.R.R. Tolkien, so that was pretty amazing. When I read those books, I can see where the movies have fallen woefully short. All due respect to Peter Jackson and they made Middle Earth come alive, but not in the way that the word does, because your imagination are the greatest graphics. And so I've tried to approach it that way. It's like, guys, read this compelling, riveting play-by-play, which as you know, Paul or Don, as the game goes on, this play-by-play gets like, it makes a bloop single, like get you to the edge of your chair. I've never once been bored by this game, even blowouts. And it's like, because fewer people are reading print books now too. Maybe this is all tied up into the I want it now, right? But I don't want to put in a lot of effort, because it is easy if you're not Legend Sports Universe doing what he's doing, and you're just firing up MLB The Show, or you just want to bat some balls around in a deep baseball game, though. Super Mega Baseball 4, people are fooled by that. It's deep, right? But you can just hit home runs all damn day, right? And if you're good at MLB The Show as a Twitch game, you get to see all that stuff. But if I were to hit this now, and again, the first couple innings pretty sparse, but if I'm going to see, like, say, Beck McBride base it to right field, I see a ball player hitting that into right field here at Three River Stadium, for instance. So
I tell you what, I think one reason why it doesn't bother me, because I grew up listening to a transistor radio, because that's why we used to listen to games on the radio.
Oh, hell yeah. Baseball's a radio game, man, if you're not live. Yes.
And so, back in when the Braves, PBS, that's when they started showing people really got into it. But people like that, live baseball. But, a lot of us older people, we grew up with transistor radios. That's how we used to listen to games. So when they, when they're just like on Diamond Mine, that, they're telling you, that without the graphics, I think that's why, one of the reasons why it don't bother us. You know what I mean? Like me, I enjoy watching old black and white movies. My daughter would never hardly watch a black and white movie. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah. Well, my answer to that is, of course, it's not purely black and white, but one way you could lure her in. It's not a happy movie, but it's an amazing movie. Of course, it's Schindler's List. But you're saying to go back and watch a movie like a classic, like older classic. Yeah, she's not going to go there, right? No. And that's too bad. Great movies, Citizen Kane. Oh my God, come on, yeah, great movie. I don't know. I think maybe it's just to the point where what did Einstein defined insanity as hitting your head against the wall, but expecting different, or doing the same thing every time but expecting different results. Maybe that's what I'm doing, and I realize
that's why I think Diamond Mine hasn't really done a whole lot to improve their game even more, because there's probably not the I forget what they got, something else where you can play online, and I forget what that's called, but I think a lot of people like doing that. So
Paul brings up a good point, just as you said, Don, too. He says you're talking about imagination. People don't want to work that hard. And, that's the thing. When you read a book, or if you play you play Diamond Mine, you've got to read that play-by-play. You can turn it off and just get play results, but you're missing the best part of this game. And I think you and Paul are right. You know, it is, you've got to work. You read a book, you've got to turn the page. And I've always thought of it. We lost Don again. He'll be back, we hope. You're carrying on, I think, to me, a sort of dialogue with, you know, with the author. So I read Tolkien at different levels, for instance. Just I am going to make the connection here to this game in a second. But reading Tolkien and reading, like, to me, there's two authors that were the greatest in world building, and that's J.R. Tolkien and Frank Herbert. Built worlds like nobody else. Herbert in science fiction and Tolkien in fantasy. And they are, you know, I mean, you talk to Brandon Sanderson, you talk to a lot of, you talk to Ursula Le Guin, you talk to Stephen Donaldson, whomever, and they'll tell you it's Tolkien, it's Herbert, because you had to engage them. And maybe that's it. And we're sounding like, I'm sounding like the old guy, get off my lawn. I'm not that old, but get off my lawn. But it could just be that, you know. Don's back on here, I think. He's muted, but he's back. I'm gonna unmute him. Oh, can't unmute him. Okay. He's got himself muted. So maybe it is. Nathaniel's here. Nathaniel here. Look, he's Humphrey Bogart, Orson Welles, Marx Brothers. Absolutely. Absolutely. Great stuff. Anyhow, guys, great game. We're going to let it run a couple innings. I don't have a broadcaster's voice, as you know, but I want you to get an idea of this. So for me, Nathaniel, of the modernists, F. Scott Fitzgerald and William Faulkner, I like Hemingway. Hemingway sometimes can be like a bit sparse for me. I think he's an excellent writer, but I read The Great Gatsby and right Fitzgerald. Here we are getting into literature, the capital L, right? Oh, do we have him back? Let's try it again.
Hear me now?
I can hear you now. This is like a T-Mobile commercial. I can hear you now.
I think what happened was I had a couple of those studio things going at the same time, and I think that's where the feedback was coming from.
Is feedback okay now?
Yeah, I don't hear it now. So
awesome. Okay. Awesome. So yeah, Nathaniel, I love the modernists. I read The Great Gatsby, and somehow Fitzgerald, right? He would lock himself for 2 weeks away with peanuts and whiskey and come out with masterpieces. And you read The Great Gatsby, especially that final chapter, and it's this such a gift with words. But again, you have to engage. And with this game, so let's start. We got Bacon McBride leading off now in the early innings, right? We've got to fill in some things, but this play-by-play will build. John DFW, good man. Good man coming in here. All right, so here we go. Got Bacon McBride. Here we are at Three River Stadium. All right, here we go. Dreback ready to deal. Grounder on the hole to the right side. Hebner was way off the line. It's right to him over to first. It gets McBride for the first out. Now it could have just said Hebner throws to first, 1 out, but it didn't. Right. So already it's something I think this game has had is just this fantastic play-by-play. Yeah. All right, who do we have up here now? Greg Gross. All right, here's the 2-2 pitch. And ninth pitch of this battle on the ground. Tough play for Taveras. Kind of got a tricky hop, but he's up to it. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. Now, as I read that, or as you guys read that on the screen, you had to have seen it, right? It's just Taveras got to the ball. And you can actually look at the play-by-play again if you want. This does let you do it. Just go down there. I mean, so it like little touches. Here's the ninth pitch of this battle. I would expect, somebody like a Vin Scully, like one of the old time broadcasters or whatever, to say that on the ground, tough play, kind of got a tricky hop. So little editorializing. They really put a lot of work to it. He's up to it. Okay, so score it 6-3. Let's get back to the game. All right, here he is, Michael Jack Schmidt in the box against Drebeck. Drebeck has a sign. Here's the 1-1. Pulled to deep left center. Starger retreats. He's there and pulls it in, retiring the side. Now, that was more straight up, but still, it's descriptive. And I can read it, and I just saw that happen. All right, bottom of the first here. Al Oliver, center fielder here for these Pittsburgh Pirates, leading it off. The 1-2 pitch from Carlton. This one, a changeup that bottoms out, and Oliver left just swinging a sword. I mean, if we could just go forward, you would see And I think that's a great attractor to people who don't mind reading. John DFW loves F. Scott Fitzgerald. Awesome. Great taste, my man.
Am I still on?
You are still on, Don. Go ahead. Talk to us more about Diamond Mines. You're the expert here, man, not me. I just love the game.
Well, I don't know. I just like it because, like I said, for a lot of people, they're not going to be too excited about it. But the accuracy, I'd say, is really good. And like I said, I'm in 9 or 10 leagues, and I tell you the truth, I enjoy the drafting just as much as playing.
Oh my God, I know. Isn't that fun? And the game is intelligent the way it drafts. Right. Oh my God.
And I would like to. I've been in a few leagues that were older leagues, like the 70s and 80s. But it got to the point where when you're drafting, you know what the guy already did. I mean, his stats. I like it where you don't know from year to year what the guy's going to. I mean, you know that year you're drafting, but you don't know what the future is going to hold.
Precisely.
Like somebody drafted, say, Pujols. Well, hell, you know what he's going to do in his career. So a lot of them guys might originally not pick him, guys. And I'm different when it comes to drafting, especially. Some guys want to win it all, which I don't mind winning. I want to be competitive. But if I go, I would rather go. Some guys will take an old veteran and maybe pick him in the first or second round if they think they got a chance of winning. Now, I would rather go for a young player like a Holiday or when Bobby Witt.
Right.
Take those guys before I would somebody like that. And when it comes to drafting anymore, I'm not one to pick pitchers, especially in the first and sometimes not even the second round, because the last few years you can bet some of these pitchers, like some of these guys a couple of years ago, Yuri Perez, in a lot of leagues, he was in probably the top 5 picks. And he came down with an arm injury, and some of these other guys come down with arm injuries, because that's one thing about pitching anymore. A lot of those, that hurt, but you cannot win in Diamond Mine if you're in leagues if you don't have pitching. You got to have pitching, because pitching is the name of the game in Diamond Mines.
Oh, absolutely. And the other thing about this game too that I mentioned, Don, and I think you can attest to, if you're managing against this thing, you better be on your toes, because it's tough.
Right.
It is tough.
And they'll pinch. There's times it might be in the 6th or 7th inning. They might pinch hit for somebody you think, well, man, they'd never pinch hit for Harper, but they might pinch hit for a guy that hits, say, a right-hander, hitting 350. They might do that. So sometimes you got to watch that too. I mean, they go by the manager's going by the percentage of who's the best, especially in the late innings. They might take out a Acuna and put somebody in there that say he's a right-handed hitter, but if you hit, he's hitting against a right-hander, and he's only hitting 260. In the late innings, they could possibly bring a guy in that hits 320 against right-handers. So
well, and we the Pittsburgh Pirate fans, we remember 1991. Who the hell was Francisco Cabrera? Because they could have brought somebody up, but Cabrera comes through big. The Braves go to the World Series and we go home, and we were winning that damn game going to the bottom of the 9th. And there you go. And Diamond Mine will do that. You got to watch, because it's crafty, it's good, and it doesn't cheat. But you got to really be on your game. Pardon the expression. Sean says here each game, and he's right. Let me put this up on the screen. He says each game has this way you got to manage. He says, something on Pure Sim and in relation to pitching that you had to adjust to as compared to what would that be, Sean? While he types that out. Would there be or 1992? Yeah, 91 was another. It was 92. Good God, and that was the beginning of our slide until the 2010s. We didn't get as bad as the 80s, but it was looking bleak. So are there some features about this game that I haven't talked about that you think maybe I should? I mean, again, it's not meant to be a tutorial or anything like that. But
I didn't catch you until, I don't know how long. When you first saw me, that's when I jumped on there.
Okay. All right. There's so much to show about this game, and I wish there was more interest, because I'd love to do a series with this game, a series of tutorials or whatever. But I think just you and me and maybe one or two other people. Dan plays it here. Dan Otoni, wherever he went, he's still here. Maybe I know he plays it. Our Red Sox fan has tried it. Now there is a way you can play Diamond Mine baseball, as far as a sort of tarted up look in out of the park baseball. But I don't know that it ever really took Al's fancy either. So we're kind of like, but what's interesting about I've noticed with Diamond Mine is the community is really strong, really thriving. Even if you go onto the boards, which I'll show everybody here, just to give them an idea. Let's go there. There's two different forums for this game, guys. So let's go to fans of Diamond Mine Baseball first. Doesn't matter which one, I guess, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let's go to this one. So this is the same thing as so you guys can see here. So there's the all-time greatest teams version 9 database now. Oh, no, I didn't know that. Here I was saying they didn't. With what they haven't updated is the all-time great players one, but I guess I'm gonna have to buy this now.
I think I've got number 9 on is it a floppy or something? Either that or one of them. What are they? Them small ones. What is that? 3-inch or whatever they?
Those 3.5-inch.
Yeah, 3.5. Yeah.
Right. So here we go. All-time great teams, volume 9. Okay, I have the first 8 volumes. So this is volume 9. I guess I'm going to be buying something now. That's all right. I'll do it. It's $20, man. That's not bad. So version 12. Guess I'm buying it.
Now I don't think I have that one.
Yeah, this is new. So
Okay.
This is just 9 days ago. So I guess
Well, you know why I didn't buy it actually? Because you got me now in action PC, and I've spent
Action PC baseball.
I've spent probably like $300. I just spent almost $100 on their basketball this week. They got this weekend their basketball and their football, and then I've already got the 60s, 70s, and 80s decade a baseball, and I thought myself, see, I've got about 30 Skeeter, or I guess I call it Skeeter Soft PT or whatever.
Is that National Pastime 3?
Yeah, from Bill Staffa. Now that is actually a pretty good game too. But
yeah, just not enough older seasons for me. But yes, it is good.
I've got like I said, I've got mostly the 70s seasons. And I think some 60s, and then I got the 1930 season. But I've got so much stuff and so much money involved in it, but it's like don't have time to play a lot of this stuff.
Oh, I get it.
Well, see, I collect old. I got another hobby, and I collect old TV shows, and I've got thousands of them. Stuff.
Oh, wow!
Yeah, I've got. If I didn't, I'd be really bored, I guess.
It's always good to have all kinds of hobbies, though. That's cool. That is cool, guys. You can see here. There's a lot. This is like you can see. I'm just scrolling, and this is the secondary forum. This isn't even the main forum. So there's
excuse me. Go to Diamond Mine Baseball.
Yeah, let's go to their website. Yeah, let's go to the actual website because I got to make a purchase anyhow. So why the hell not? Yeah, because I mean, I'm also this is going to be the one I've got to throw money at now because I don't see a digital baseball game coming down the line that's like making me say, "Yep, you're going to." Yeah, I put a lot of money into Action PC baseball, man. Oh my god!
Now, do you?
So here you go.
Do you have any football or basketball?
So I don't know if you've ever heard me say this. I am not a sports fan. I'm a baseball fan.
Okay.
Yeah. No, John, the new PC is working great. And when Action PC or when Out of the Park 26 comes out, I'll be doing that on the new PC. I'm not ready to do baseball on that. I have been playing Microsoft Flight Simulator on it. I've been playing Age of Wonders 4 and Space Engine because I wanted to really push it. Space Engine can bring a PC to its knees, believe it or not. I have everything cranked on Ultra, and man, it's just incredible. And also No Man's Sky it's jaw-dropping. So these games aren't going to bring it to its knees. So now I'm sorry, Don.
So like basketball. I only like basically the 60s and 70s decades because like Jerry West and them stuff, Oscar Robertson. Because I grew up near Cincinnati, and I used to listen at night. WLW in Cincinnati, they used to play all the Reds games, and they also did the Oscar Robertson and Jumpin' Johnny Green and those guys. And then like football, I basically like 70s and 80s. But but if you go down a little. I'm sorry, I know you're showing that. Go back up for a minute.
Where do you want to go?
Hit the support.
Support, yeah.
Hit that. Okay. They go to DMB community message boards.
Gotcha.
Okay, now hit the fans of Diamond Mine Baseball there.
Go
down. Keep going.
There.
Okay,
hit
that one.
Yep. So this was this one.
I guess that was one. Okay, go down a little bit more.
Right. This is it.
Okay.
These are the main forums, which they kind of look alike, but there's some differences.
Usually for some reason it's showing black. One's usually black and one's green. Okay,
one's green.
Go to league recruiting. Go down a little bit. Sorry, go down. Keep going down. Sorry. Announcements. Go to league recruiting. Now a lot of time, keep going down a little bit.
Sure.
See, like that. The GBL is looking for 2 managers. Now that was back in January. Click at
this one.
Yeah, just click at. Now, see, that's a lot of times if you want to get in a league or something, you got to actually, these leagues fill up quick. If you're interested in getting a league, you have to get on here quite a bit and find out if anybody's, because some of these guys, like I said, they get in these leagues quick. But this one guy, Don Antonelli, he used to be in 50 Diamond Mine baseball leagues and some APA football. I don't know how the hell he did it. Now that Alou, that we see where the Alou is looking for one owner. Now, I'm in that league. I don't know if they still have an opening on there, but we're in a draft right now. We're in like the 11th round in that league.
Wow.
So I think they might have filled that league up, but that's where you can always find, if you're looking to join a league. Some people don't want to go in the league because they always had. Some people have been in leagues where they thought people were cheating, and one thing about Diamond Mine that you can't tell if somebody, when you're playing in a league, because a couple of leagues I play H2H, but the other ones, if you're in so many leagues, you don't have time to play everybody H2H, because some of them games will have a 5 or 6 game series and it'll take 2 or 3 hours to play them. Now, if you're playing them by yourself, it can go a lot faster.
Absolutely.
And so, but there's so much stuff. There's people that's, if you look down in there's people that's done,
see here, I would be interested in 1920 Draft Keeper League. That's more my wheelhouse now, because I love dead ball 20s, 19th century. So, yeah.
Now, just remember, even though you like it, when you're drafting in a league, people are going to know them stats. But that's
I know.
Everybody's on an even keel there. I just like it when nobody really knows, because I guess I do. I belong to Baseball America. Now, have you ever went to fantasyrundown.com?
I have not. Let's check it out.
Now, if you go to that, that's pretty good.
A new tab.
Yeah.
Oops. And if you guys notice, as I was scrolling down there in that league section, did you say Fantasy Rundown?
Yeah, rundown.com.
All right, let's just do it that way. Maybe it'll. There we go. Boom.
Now, see, you can do baseball.
There we go. Let's
really. There's up. Yeah. Now go to baseball. Scroll over where it says 2025, and you hit baseball. Then go to fantasy rankings or top prospects. There's some really good stuff in there.
Oh wow. Oh, this is really cool.
Now, they should be coming up. I'm surprised CBS Fantasy hasn't had the 2025 Fantasy. They got 2024, but the Fantasy Alarm's got the 2025. But if you're in draft leagues or anything, there's a lot of information. Fangraphs is really good.
Oh yeah, Fangraphs is amazing.
But if you scroll down, there's different.
You even got a lineup generator. That's super cool.
Yeah.
This is nice.
But if you're a football fan, they got for football, they got for basketball. So.
Got to check my Pirates here.
Right.
Oh, this is nice. Holy moly, look at this. I love when people tell me about new baseball sites.
When
new sites for baseball.
My hometown's about 32 miles from Cincinnati, but I went to a Catholic high school in Indianapolis called Latin School. And I graduated in 74, and they closed it down in 77. Well, Don Leppert was the third base coach for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Oh, no kidding.
And Father Wilmoth, who was the priest at our Latin school, he was good friends of Don Leppert. And Don Leppert, I think years ago, he went to, I think it was Greenwood or whatever. I think Don Leppert, I think, is from Greenwood, Indiana, right outside of Indy. And I think he went to, I think, high school in Greenwood or in Indianapolis. I'm not sure, but this is the God's truth. In 1972, this was on I think it was either July or July. I used to have the daggone, but I moved and I had one. I found one or two of them, the ticket stubs. We were guests of the Pirates right after they won the 71 World Series in 72. And it was it was on I think a Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And we got a base. I gave it to my nephew who lives in Brookville, Indiana. He's still got it. We got everybody on the Pirates autograph except Clemente. And that was the same year. That was the same year Clemente ended up dying. I think, what was it, New Year's Eve?
1972.
On that plane crash. But what happened was he had to go back to the Dominican Republic. I think that's where he's from. He had to go back there because there was a family illness. Right. Then on that baseball, when Willie Stargell signed it, he just signed it Stargell. He didn't put Willie Stargell. And hell, we had Richie Hebner. I got to meet Richie Hebner. I got to meet Nellie Briles.
The human rain delay. He was he was the Pirates' human rain delay. He actually caused a rain out at the Astrodome. Did you ever hear that story? No. Yeah, it actually happened. Yeah.
Well, and we got to stay at Don. Remember
Don Clendenin?
Ted Kluszewski. He used to have a hotel in Cincinnati. I think they closed it down years ago. And we were a guest there for 3 days. And what was really weird, I brought a baseball with me. And Father Wilmoth says, "Man, that looks like one at high school." I said, "No, I did take it from the high school, though." And then he got 2 other baseballs, and they signed him. But we were in the lobby, and I had a camera, and I used to have some pictures of Al Oliver and all them guys.
Wow.
And Gene Alley, he wasn't a very good hitter. And I wanted his autograph. And, man, he was one of the rudest people I ever seen. It was like
Gene Alley, really?
Yeah, he was sitting there in a couch, and he acted like it was the worst thing in the world, me taking a picture of him. And then Don Leppert said, "Come on, these guys are baseball fans," because we were sophomores. We were. I played 3 years varsity in Indianapolis, and when I was a sophomore, I think I was a sophomore. We played against Rodney Scott, who ended up playing with the Expos. Of course, at that time, I didn't know who the hell he was, or whatever. And I think he went to Attucks or one of them schools up there, pretty much a black school. But yeah, we played some really good teams. But yeah, we was a guest of I tell you what, that probably was my best ever experience in my life. Doing that for 3 days, And the other guy that got to go with me was Darrell Woodard. He was a hell of a pitcher. He was from North Vernon, Indiana. And I haven't talked to him since, a couple of years out of high school. But I think he ended up going to college at Hanover. But, man, that guy, I tell you what, he had one of the best curveballs you ever seen. And I think what happened was I think somehow he got on drugs, and I think that's messed him up. But, yeah.
That's sad.
But, yeah. But, I'm going all over the board with this stuff. But you're trying to talk about Diamond Mine. But anyway.
They did update. So they did update. They're going to make me spend money here. So they did update the All-Star team. So now they have the All-Star games up to 2023. Now, see, Don, now you're making me spend money. I got you into Action PC. Now I'm going to spend money in Diamond Mine. So
they got another weekend sale in Action PC, and it's basically, I think it's football and basketball.
My friend, welcome to the world of DK Sports, man. They have sales all the time.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know how Dave does it, but he does. And I'll tell you what, best customer support for any digital game I've ever seen. It's just great stuff.
Now, they got also in Diamond Mine. Did you know they got it's called Trilogy?
What is that? I saw that, but I wasn't sure what that is.
Well, you can play the seasons, and what
Okay.
that does, it combines all the season stats. Like say, like for Steve Garvey,
Mm-hmm.
It'll you'll go in there and you'll see all all the years you played Diamond Mine, and it'll have the stats. Basically, you put it in there, and on one, I think too, you can also go in there and it'll tell you you play the season. You can show and see if there's any no hitters. If you let the computer play it, if a guy hit 3 home runs, you can go in there and do that, and it's really pretty neat.
See, now here's where you can tell that they're in maintenance mode, because even though this is updated to 2015, notice it still says 1969 to 2008. It's like, guys, maintain your website. Right.
Well, the guy that does this is Jim Wheeler, and Rocky's met him a couple of times going to the Reds games, because Jim is from Ohio, and Rocky's from near Lexington, Kentucky, and Rocky's been wanting me to go to a Reds game, but I'll tell you what, anymore I don't enjoy hardly going to games. I mean, like here it's like 3.5, 4 hour drive, and I just don't like fighting the crowd. You're trying to watch a game, and anymore people, just like the Cardinals, people up and down the roads, up and down. It's like, where are you people going? You paid all this money to go see a game, and I don't know. I just don't like fighting crowds no more.
Oh, I get it. I really do. So here's the new one. Let's get some more info. Let's see who's on this one. And we're going to bring this up so everybody can see. These are nice selection of teams. Obviously, this will make Sean happy. There's always a lot of Yankees teams. There's only one set of these where there's no Yankees teams. But so in this one, you got the 1920 Brooklyn Robins, hell of a team that year. 1920 Indians, 71 A's, 77 Phils. The 2001 Mariners, about time they made it on here. The 2002 A's, the 2002 Braves, the 2003 Marlins. We've got Yankees. 2004 Red Sox have to be on there. There's a lot. And what's nice about these, unlike PC Replay baseball, you can mix and match these in any damn thing that you own. It's just is really, really super, super easy. So, of course, I have to buy it. So I will buy it in a little bit. But guys, there's a lot here. Check it out. Let me just show you some of the other things. They even have a worst of the worst here if you want it. But if you go here on any, if you just go to like select options, so it will show you all the teams that are on each edition. And basically, you're going to end up getting like, yeah, just all the great teams in history. Now, I will say this, and this is not a knock on, it's just a pricing difference. If you're on a budget and you want to get something like this all in one shot, then you should pick up, and you're an Action PC baseball player, then you could get baseball's top 160 teams. It's super cheap. But I want to get this because I'm a completionist. So
I tell you what, Diamond Mine really doesn't have hardly any sales except around things.
They have once a year, and they don't even tell you.
Now it's around Thanksgiving. Well, I always get a notification because I buy the disc every year because I'm in these leagues, and and being in leagues, you got to be a compliance to show that you're in the league, because everybody's got to buy the Diamond Mine game, because it's really not copy protected.
It's not. It's not at all. And neither is Action PC. And I do like the fact that these are DRM free.
Right. And I don't like, I mean, $30, I mean, and all the enjoyment I get to play, and I'm on all them leagues anyway. So.
And how easy this game is, right? So imagine, Don, right? I mean, so if you just take this volume, whatever disc this is, right? And you just take all of these players, and now you've played them, and these come with schedules, everything like that, right? Dump all these guys into a draft league, and that's why I love text-based baseball games, right? You buy this, that's a decent amount of teams there, and you've got what are the possible number of combinations of baseball that you could play here? It's just incredible, and some excellent teams. I mean, and I have this, I'd love to fire up a game right now, between, like, say, the 72 Reds and the, I don't know, the 2001 Yankees. I think that would be fun. And to do this in cards and dice baseball, you better own all those sets to be able to do stuff like that.
And one thing great about that too, say for example, you want to buy that, you can go ahead and copy another database of the same thing and keep the original, then do a draft. That's the nice thing about it too. So you don't have to, go back after you do it and try to put them players back into their original team. You can set up another database that could do that. So that's
right
nice about that.
Now,
did you get the? Of course, you don't play in leagues. They had a patch for the the 3-pitch limit. That it's free. The download. I think
is that patch 12B?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
I do have that.
Okay.
I do have that.
Now, there used to be, if you look through some of this stuff, there was people that it might still be in here, but you have to really look. People have made up home brews, like the old PCL seasons, like I think 36, and them are free to download. At least they used to be on there. So
they are. You got to look for them, but they are
here.
That's how I was able to get 1876 through 1926. And Diamond Mine's super cool. They're like, yeah, you guys did a great job on these. Go ahead. Now, there are some things. You'll see one here that did. I don't know if it's on this one. It's not this one.
Yeah, one of them's got it, I think. And I don't know if the other one does.
I think there's one of these when you get down to the yeah. So and they're not being nasty.
Gamer goodies.
Yeah. So gamer goodies.
Yeah.
So check this out. This is done by DMB David. Right here in one shot is, all right. So all in one link. If I just click on this, all the major league seasons that are free home brews, you can have, boom, right here. All-time greats franchises, PCL, as Don was just talking about. How about some Japanese league? How about Negro leagues and other stuff? Shows you how to install them, all that kind of stuff. But here, if you just want to pick and choose. So I'm sorry, I said 1876, 1871. I don't know where cousin Ken Castro is. So 1871 to 1926. I don't know too many commercial games that make you have to buy seasons. I should give them a big heart for that, by the way. But there you go. It's all of this stuff. All these all-time great franchises here, and these won by Michael Fisher are really good. So for you guys that don't go back into baseball as far as I do, and you get this game, get these best of the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. These are awesome. Single greatest seasons. Really, really cool. But again, I caution you that if you get this game, keep a couple earlier editions as well. So when version 13 comes out, if you buy version 12, keep version 12. Because sometimes a homebrew is only made for version 12, but it has a conversion tool that will bring them into the new game. There's PCL. You guys like PCL?
There were some really good players that played in some of them, like 53 in there. There's some really good players back in that played in.
Oh, hell yeah. And you have, so again, the big scouting report on DiMaggio, because he was playing in the PCL, but he was in a barnstorming team. I guess it was after the season. They were barnstorming against some of the Negro leaguers. And so DiMaggio went 1 for 4 against Satchel Paige. And the scout said he went 1 for 4 against Satch. He's ready for the majors. You got Negro League all-time greatest players here for free. There's the 1935 Negro League season, free. You want to go back into old unaffiliated minor leagues? Here's the 1894 Western League, 1950 International League, Arizona, Texas League. This is a thriving community. There's the Summer Olympics baseball team. Stephen Drake's done a lot of really, really good stuff. Keith Hemmelman as well. His all-time greats franchise disc is really a must-have. And all of this for free. So you buy the game. Now, Sean says it's expensive. I don't think the base game's that expensive at all. What is it, $30?
Yeah, but I tell you what, how I got a lot of my seasons was when they used to, it's probably been at least 5, 6, 7 years ago, maybe longer than that. They used to have buy one, get one free. Now I think it's buy one, get half off or something like that. And
so Nathaniel,
Sorry.
No. Nathaniel was asking it, and maybe this would be something you could talk to. So Diamond Mind itself is not a dice computer game. However, it came from a cards and dice game. It actually did.
I think it was from Pursue
the Pennant. Yeah. And Pursue the Pennant used to have, like, you could buy ballparks for that thing, and they're like boxes, but they're really neat looking, like the image of the field and everything. And so you could actually buy Fenway Park and all these things. So this had its genesis, Nathaniel, in Cards and Dice first as Pursue the Pennant. So, but this game itself, no, it's a closed open engine. So it's not going to show you dice rolls, but what it will show you, as I showed earlier, it will tell you, for instance, they don't hold anything back. They'll tell you how computer GMs will draft when you do a draft, and this thing is super intelligent when it drafts and stuff like that. The thing about it, again, there's no sound, there's no animation, but if you want to play a solid, good baseball sim, this is one of the best. It really, really is, my friend. And we're talking to a good friend here of the community who's, again, Don, how many leagues are you in right now?
I'm like 9 or 10. I used to be in
9
more,
or 10.
But now, I like I said, I told my wife, we've been married 11 years now. I had to get remarried because my first wife, she said I never spent no time. I was always playing sports. And then when they first came out years ago with the big satellite, the 10-foot mesh dish, everything was free. I used to watch, if I was home, I worked all the time, but I watched baseball constantly. And I told my wife now, I said, if she didn't have health problems, she'd really realize how boring I am. Because she goes, her late husband, she said he was like a professional fisherman. She goes, but at least he was gone all the time. She said, you're gone all the time too, but at least I know you're home, because because I play games, and here I am going to be 69 years old, but see, I love baseball. And
there you go.
And it's
now John's giving me some hell here, though. Don, he says only 9 to 10 leagues at one time. He says stop slacking off.
Well, Rocky was in a draft today, one of his drafts where they had to pick a guy. Now, see, one bad thing about some of these league drafts: first, they don't put times down, and some of these guys, you might go a whole day and somebody only pick one. When you got 24, usually it's 24 leagues. 24 team league, they might draft only two players. He had a draft today where you had to pick every 3 minutes. So
wow.
They try to conduct the draft in 4 hours. Now, see, you really got to be prepared, because there's times, just like in this last draft, I'm right in here now. I've got another one coming next month. The Salou draft. This darn thing is like sometimes you'll be wanting to pick a player, and then right before you're ready to pick the guy you want, the guy before you or right before him already picked the same guy. So you really got to pay attention to what you're doing, in some of these drafts. But now, have you ever been to the Delphi Forums games?
Yes. The reason being is because I'm an avid APA PC baseball for Windows player, and they've got a great community on Delphi. I didn't know Diamond Mine's also in Delphi.
Well, they're on there, but they do not update that hardly. But I'm going to tell you something. For somebody that likes football, there's a guy named, I think, Aguard or whatever his name. Have you ever seen him? That he plays these games, and he would never tell me. Let me see if I can find it here. And
I'll bring it up here. I can. Okay. Now, you got to realize, and these guys will tell you, Don, for me to bring something up football related on this channel is unprecedented. So just telling you, saying.
That's on
this is rare. Actually, this is the first time it's ever happened.
I don't know how this guy does it. He won't tell nobody, but it's really neat how he does this. I mean, he plays these games with the cards and dice. See, now I go to Delphi Forums games. I think that's how I got on there.
Okay, do I search games? You know what I can do here? Here's a way to find it. I'm going to do baseball for Windows forums, and I think that's where it gets me.
Or APBA between the lines. You probably
that's it. APA between the lines. That's it. That's it. And I'm a big Baseball for Windows fan, by the way, and still have my Fan Park Encyclopedia, which you can't. Yeah, there it is, which you can't even get anymore. So, and I'm never selling that. You have to pry that from my cold dead hands. I've seen it on eBay a couple times for like $200-$300.
Okay, now go down a little bit to APABA. Let me see here. Go up a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry, too fast.
Let's see, where's that guy at? Go down a little bit.
Sure.
Okay,
John Hurston.
Okay, hit that Ogards 62, 1985. Go up. Ogards 62, 1985 National Master Replay.
Oh, there. This.
Football. Now, this guy, he played. Now, scroll down and hit that. Okay. And look at his. I don't know how he does this. He plays these games. Awesome. And I don't know how, he won't tell me. And I asked him, and he said, well, that's my secret. And it's like, why wouldn't you tell anybody? But every time he plays a game, it comes up. It's like a newspaper. And
yeah,
it's really cool. Neat.
That is cool.
And I figured if he could do that in football, he mainly plays football, but I figured if he did that in football, he'd probably know how to do it in baseball.
Like, well, I would know how to do it. I'm not sure how he would do it, but I would do this in Canva. Well, now that's just giving me a great idea for our upcoming McGreevy League.
Well, I mean, it's really neat how he does that. And, you know, he plays it, and if you go down, he'll tell you what the stats and the original, like if you hit the, let's see.
Right here. Yeah, there's a PDF.
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
You know, but every game he does that. It's really neat how he does. It's like a newspaper style.
That's cool.
He wouldn't tell me. I don't know how he did that.
That is super cool.
I mean, if you like football, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't, but a lot of guys do. So, wow.
Well, because, you know, a lot of guys, like in my Diamond Mine leagues, after playing in a bunch of leagues, they get burned out a little bit. Then they're ready for football. And so, you know, when football season comes and stuff like that.
There, I put baseball back up here.
Well, you know, that's okay. I played in a league years ago, and I didn't. That's when I had was it a Commodore or one of them computers?
Yeah,
an old floppy. And I didn't know much about it. And this one guy, Bob Beckwith, he was in a bunch of damn Apple leagues, and he worked on computers. He knew how to do this stuff. And I liked it, but I had a hard time trying to figure out how to play the baseball for Windows. I was in it for I think I even still probably have a floppy.
Oh my God. It's easy. It's easy. Yes.
But
super easy.
Well, there was a guy that I bought some stuff. His name's where's he? He's from Louisiana. He was selling a bunch of baseball for Windows seasons. And what the hell is his name? I bought some football books from him.
We'll have to talk on email.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I could talk all day about this stuff, but anyway.
Oh no, but what I'm saying, you're talking about seasons. So this is here's Baseball for Windows, the league manager, right? So just to give you an idea of how crazy I am about this game, and I don't even have everything installed. So look at all this. So now, do you have the baseball seasons?
Now, do you have they came out with what, the 6.0 or whatever it is?
I did. Yeah. The reason I didn't upgrade is because I have no interest. I mean, I'll watch, I'm watching, I'm excited about baseball season, but I'm not going to play any damn baseball on my channel. And that's going to have ghost runners and, extra innings and any of that nonsense. And so the 6.0 upgrade was really about 2020's baseball, and I'm like, it didn't add anything. So again, I've been away from it for a little bit, but largely on this channel is really devoted to dead ball baseball and 19th century baseball. There's a lot of baseball channels, but I'm the only one that kind of really focuses on earlier baseball. And I'll tell you a quick story why too. And I'm not going to mention names, but these people know who they are. And it's nobody in this chat, by the way.
Right.
Is I was passing by a couple different channels in this, up to 4 years ago, wherever I got here to America. So I've been back and forth, Northern Ireland and the Netherlands, all that kind of stuff. So, but when I got back here, and this guy was talking and he said, dead ball baseball doesn't count. That wasn't even real baseball. Those guys were a bunch of half-assed plumbers and carpenters. And I was like, whoa. because I'm thinking there are 16 teams, no affiliated major leagues. It was true. You either made the majors or it was back to Indiana with you, and it's like to dismiss these eras in baseball and say that people like Ty Cobb and Christy Matthews and Walter Johnson didn't count, and Tris Speaker, who still holds the all-time record for doubles, Sam Crawford for triples, what have you. I thought that was just like I couldn't believe it, right? And well, these guys, they didn't have to. It's like, and because I come from studying so much, especially dead ball baseball, 19th century has only been probably in the last 5 or 6 years that I've doing some serious study into 19th century baseball. But even then, it's important to not only know where we come from, but to recognize these guys were superb athletes. George Sisler was no slouch then,
no kid. Yeah.
and he would be no slouch now. But this person was dismissing completely. Sean, this is Truth Hurts Wilkie, but he's getting his real name here, Don, and I'm Joe, by the way. He says, nice to hear someone new in the channel. Yeah.
I'm like you. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
no,
I've had arguments, I guess you could call them, or disagreements with people because you know what I tell them? I said back in they only had each league. Some of them had only eight teams in the league. I said
8 teams per league. Yep.
I said now there's 30 teams, and a lot of it's watered down. And,
yes, Nathaniel. His name's Don.
And then they want to add more players. I mean, 2 more teams. If you think it's bad now, could you imagine what it's going to be like when they add 2 more teams?
Add 2 more teams. But I just, I thought, well, I could like attack this guy and say, look, as we say in Italian, you're a gavone, you're a jadrul. But I thought, you know what? Why not just take what this? And I love all of baseball. Don't get me wrong. I love all of baseball. I've been trying to sell the community, and hey, I want to do some 1930s and 1940s. Not terribly popular decades, but there was great baseball in those decades. But so I thought, why not just set up something where we can talk about these players? And a lot of times in games, especially if I'm doing dead ball game, I'll pick a player at random, and I'll do a readout from him, either from a book or maybe from Saber's site or what have you, and what that kind of rolled into was something that we have called the Ned McGreevy League. So it was a draft league we held, players from 1880 to 1919, and you had to build the best team you could. And it was crazy. It was like, so I'm not about building this channel, Don. I'm about building community. But what was amazing is how the subscribership in this family channel, if you will, where I tend to cuss a lot, but hey, I'm a good Eastern Orthodox Roman Catholic. We're related, man. We're
right.
Cool. And I was just blown away by how many more subscribers. And a couple of people told me, I kind of got out of baseball and then found this, and now I'm into it again, and I really love it. And a guy here, his name's Bernie Strom, who has a great channel. And Bernie's kind of one of our elder statesmen, if you will, of the community. And he said, I knew nothing about dead ball baseball, was watching you guys do the McGreevy League, and he said, this looks kind of cool. Bernie loves dead ball baseball. This dude is in his 70s, and he said, I never knew anything about baseball prior to maybe 1950 something or other. He said, this opened up a whole new world for me. And it's gratifying, not for me, but now to see people talking about people like Ed Rausch and Eddie Collins, George Sisler, Hannes Wagner. Again, I mean, that was probably the thing. My favorite player of all time is Hannes Wagner. And when that guy was dissing dead ball, he was dissing my hero, because Wagner was good to rookies. He set the prototype for the modern shortstop. The whole thing did so many great things for the game. And to call these guys half-assed and that they were no better than some, which I'm not knocking plumbers, guys. I work at FedEx. I'm not. But it's like, what an insult to these titans of the game, I mean, who in his right mind is going to, if they were such duffers, man, why did some of these records last forever? And why does everybody know Babe Ruth? Well, partially, because of just the mystique around Babe Ruth. But Babe Ruth would have made the Hall of Fame as a pitcher. And Babe Ruth straddled the eras. So did George Sisler. So did Walter Johnson. They played in both the dead ball and live ball eras. It was different baseball. It was faster. The average dead ball game was an hour and a half. Can you imagine that?
Well, people got another realize too.
They got it done.
A lot of them players, I mean, they had to have jobs in the off season because they didn't make that
They did.
kind of money. And
They did.
you got to remember they had to travel trains and stuff like that. I mean, it's not like today. I mean, these players today are prima donnas, and I couldn't believe like Bregman getting $40 million. I'm thinking,
Oh my God!
I saw that and I thought, you've got to be kidding. $40 million for that guy. I mean, and people say, well, players are bigger and stronger. And I always say, well, if they're so bigger and stronger, why do they always break down so much?
And I know, and another thing I'm always complaining about, Don, is this bullshit about quality starts. What was the old maxim in baseball? You're paid to pitch 9, you pitch 9. The complete game is a dead stat.
Right.
How many complete games are there now in baseball?
Not very many.
Right. It should almost make headlines. Right. So Sean's agreeing with the point that you just made.
Snell, who just went to the Dodgers, if you look at his stats since he's played baseball, he only averages like 5.1 innings in his career.
Now imagine Bob Gibson. So, right. And so people make this facetious argument. They'll say, well, or fallacious argument, well, these players from decades gone by, Bob Gibson threw hard. And Bob Gibson, do you think Bob Gibson was going to stop after 5 1/3 innings? I don't know a manager in the world that would have the stones to go out and tell Bob, all right, you've done 5 innings. Bob would be his own manager for that. Come on.
Juan Marichal, another one. I mean,
Marichal.
That's how them guys were.
Drysdale, Nolan Ryan. Come on. Right. Nolan Ryan threw in his days off.
He threw. I think he threw in a game in 1974 against the Red Sox. I think the game went like 19 innings. He pitched 13 innings, and I think he threw 236 pitches. Mm-hmm. Some guys don't pitch 236 pitches probably in 4 or 5 starts.
Oh my God, I know. I'd be watching a game, and they're like, "Well, now they've got the bullpen. Now the guy's got a shutout going into the middle innings. Well, he's reaching his pitch count now, so they're going to bring in somebody to the bullpen." I'm like, "Oh my God, he has a shutout. Let him pitch the damn shut." I've seen pitchers pulled with a no-hitter. Now we have combined no-hitters, and So Nathaniel Lentz, here's a throw. What you talk about throwback players? Greg Maddux. Greg Maddux could have pitched in the dead ball era, nipping those corners, and Maddux would almost tell you what he was going to throw, and did it. And are we going to see players like that anymore? Like, are we going to see Greg Maddux anymore? Are we going to see guys like Lenny Dykstra anymore? I don't think so.
Even Kevin Brown, when he was pitching, he'd go 7 or 8 innings. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly. I still love baseball despite all the insanity that's been and violence that has been done to it, but it doesn't compare. I mean, guys that know 1970s baseball, it had power, speed, pitching. What a great decade for baseball. That bled over into the 80s, even in the 90s. It started getting weird, though, I think. But it was the pandemic. I guess we're allowed to say it. I'm not monetized. The pandemic, I'm saying it. That they shouldn't have even had a season that year. What a joke. What a joke. They should have just played it out like the Mets did on MLB The Show and have done with it.
Well, like in these diamond mine leagues, like I said, I like the 60s, 70s, and 80s, even some of the 50s. But, I'm in these leagues wherever, we draft from players from last year, like the 2024. And the problem with some of these games, it's nothing but strikeouts and a home run. That's all. I mean, sometimes that's all you see. And then what I liked about playing in leagues back in the 70s and 80s, when I was started into app and stuff, you could have a pitcher go 7, 8, 9 innings. Now they got rules that you can only go like 5% over what the guy actually, how many innings he actually threw. So, you've got to have a good bullpen, because if you got some of these guys, a lot of these starters only pitching 5 or 6 innings. Some don't even are lucky to get out of the 4th inning. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if you're going to see too many 20-game winners anymore.
No, I think you're right. And
Right.
here's the other thing. I like here, just really quickly, this was what I was talking about, right? So midlife crisis, paraphrase of Maddox said, I can tell a batter I'm going to throw you an 87-mile-per-hour sinker in the outside corner, and you still won't swing at it. See, that's the kind of thing that Maddox, look, even in his day, Pete Rose was a throwback player, and I mean, Pete Rose played dead ball style baseball. He did. He wasn't a slugger. And I love things like my favorite hit in baseball is the triple, which is why I give it the triple. Stole that from a Pirates broadcaster. But I love triples. I love stolen bases. I love station to station baseball. Do I hate home runs? No. I think grand slams are amazing. But it gets to, as you said, strikeouts, home runs. It's like, but what about the drag bunt? When was the last time you saw somebody drag bunt?
When you go back and watch pretty much 70s and 80s, maybe Brett Butler or somebody like that, you know what I mean?
Right. You don't see drag bunts anymore. You don't see people trying to bunt for a hit. That's pretty rare. Right. I mean, like what we think of as leadoff men now. I mean, it's ludicrous. So limiting the pitcher to however many 3 throws to first, that you've just taken out.
I know
an integral part of because baseball is a defensive game. You've taken that away. The shift, they outlawed the shift again, guys. Everybody will run because they've heard me say it 3,000 times. Ted Williams was interviewed after the 1946 World Series. The Cardinals beat the Red Sox, and the Cardinals had a hard shift on Williams. Now, Williams, arguably the greatest pure hitter in baseball, could have just dumped a little flare into left. He didn't. And they said, well, why didn't you? He said, look, they were defending against me. They know I'm a pull hitter. That I prefer to hit to right field. And he said, I'm not going to just give in to them. And they didn't give in to me. He said, that was good, sound baseball. Damn it. If it was good enough for Ted Williams, why isn't it good enough for players now?
Right.
What? Oh, no, we can't have the shift because it's unfair to the batter. I tell you what, let's make it like modern Little League, and let's just give every major leaguer a trophy for showing up in a Lamborghini, because that's what's becoming.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. Me and a couple guys talked about it. If they were going to make that rule that, remember they was talking about Manfred, that you could say in the game, you could have a guy like bat out a turn like Ohtani. He could make an out, say it's 1 out in the 9th inning, and he makes an out. He could bat again. And I thought to myself, if they ever go to that, I'm done with baseball, especially in these leagues. I said, it's just ridiculous. It's like they're making it like softball or something,
They are.
And next thing you know, it'll be a co-ed league. I mean, it's just crazy, these rules they want to make.
It is, because they're trying to, and again, pardon to all those, you included, who love, but they're trying to footballize the game or basketballize it or whatever. One of the beautiful things about baseball is Babe Ruth only batted once every 9 times. You can't go to your best player when you want. So Michael Jordan, great athlete, right? So you could always, for the Bulls, they could always pass up to Jordan, and Jordan's he's gonna hit it from the top of the key or whatever he's gonna do, right?
Right.
But you're your best player every 9 times. You can't. Oh well, we're in trouble, and Greg Maddux although Greg Maddux might have done it, but you're not going to bring Maddux in on a day's rest. Whatever, you have to plan that out. And you're right. That would be the thing that I would say, you know what? I'm only ever playing digital and some cards and dice baseball. If they got to the point where, hey, wow, we're in extra innings, so we can go to Shohei Ohtani as much as we want, or we can go to Aaron Judge, I'll be like, I'm done. That's it.
I mean, I don't even like the 10th inning when you put a ghost runner on second. I mean,
oh, dude, that is so crap. That is so crap.
I mean, you got all these pitchers, and they're supposed to be, bigger and better and stronger. I mean, I don't know. They just, like I said, these leagues I'm in now, if it ever gets to that, which I don't know if I'll ever see it, but if they do, I'll just go back playing on my own, playing, 60s and 70s seasons, because I'd enjoy that more anyway. You know what I'm saying?
You are a mind reader, my friend, because you know what we have here, whether we play cards or dice or digital baseball, we can play baseball the way we want. And right. I love that. Because I can be like, all right, I can watch a game, and I'm excited. It's spring training. I'm excited. But it's like, okay, ow, this hurts my head. We got bases the size of pizza boxes now, right? But then I can go back, fire up Action PC or Out of the Park or Diamond Mind or whatever the hell I want to play, and it's like, all right, no DH. I don't care. Throw over a first all day, whatever. And it's baseball. It's baseball the way I know it, and the way that Joe DiMaggio would recognize it, and Nat Blageway and Roger Connor, going all the way back. These guys would know it. Harry Wright would know that baseball, but I don't know what they would think about this one. But Midlife Crisis said, yeah, they get rid of the shift and batting averages went down. It's like he's right. It's
right.
Bullshit.
And another thing I don't like in the 8th or 9th inning, you got guys going 50 miles an hour, bringing in players to pitch. They might as well just go. I think it'd be better if they're going to do that, just go with a 27 or 28 man roster and have more pitchers. And then, if that's what they're worried about. But I just don't like seeing some pitcher, some hitter that comes off the bench like Kiki Hernandez, and he's throwing 50 mile an hour pitches up there, and guys are, hitting home runs, and stuff like that. I mean, that takes away from the game. Hell, they might as well, the way I said on the Dodgers, I used to be a big Dodger fan, even though I grew up near Cincinnati. I was a Dodger from like 65 to like 2019. And I hated the Yankees in the 70s because they'd buy Catfish Hunter and, Reggie Jackson, those guys. And I said to myself, and then when the Dodgers start doing that, I said, I'm done. I like it better. I know I'm old school. I wish
nothing wrong with that.
And Andy Messersmith never started. I know it's better for players, but I hate free agency because like the Dodgers, you look at their team now, their hitters, most of them hitters are not from their team. Now their pitchers are, some of them like Kershaw and Sheehan and them guys and Stone, but they're just getting everybody else's players. Look at I'm worried about here in the next 5 or 6 years. I don't think the Orioles will sign Gunnar Henderson because, he sees all this money. Him and De La Cruz, I guarantee De La Cruz in 5 or 6 years, if he becomes the player he is, he'll be playing for the Dodgers.
Well, and Schemes isn't going to stay with the Pirates.
Same thing. Yeah. And what gets me up about the Pirates, though, it's like, look at the guys. Why aren't they signing better players?
Agree, John. Well, I know. Well, so that's something that Cincinnati and Pittsburgh, besides being great rivals in the 70s and 90s.
Oh, yeah.
Something else we have in common is we have crap ownership.
Right.
We do. Cincinnati's not signing anybody. They're not doing. So we have Skeens, we have O'Neill Cruz, we have Cabron Hayes, we have a couple of good guys, but we're not building on that nucleus.
Right. You got Jones, you got Jones, and what's that other guy, Bubba Chandler or whatever his name's coming up, supposed to be pretty good. I don't understand it. And like the Orioles. Now the Orioles the new owner said he likes to see a ceiling floor or, and I honestly think there is going to be a work stoppage. I think after 2026, I really think these owners are going to have to do something. Yeah. Because the Dodgers are making they say what's good for baseball. Well, how's it good? How would you like to be a Rocky fan?
Oh, that would be. So I'm going to ask you a question, my friend. And this is going to be like the biggest marketing crap I've ever heard. So when a lot of these rules started coming into effect, let me ask you a question. Did the Office of the Commissioner of the Baseball, Office of the Commissioner of Baseball call you, email you, anything like that?
Nope.
So remember their big, we asked the fans and we listened. They didn't ask me. I've asked these guys in the chat. How many of you guys did you get an email from Rob Manfred or whatever? Nobody. And people are upset. I haven't met too many baseball fans who are like, yeah, man, I love the game. And usually the people that say, oh, I love the fact. Now, John did say something. I do have to agree. I do like this new rule. I like having relievers face at least 3 hitters. I like that. I never liked the left-hand specialist thing. I do like that rule. I think it's the only new rule I do like.
Well, that's probably the only one. If I accepted any, that'd be the one. Yeah.
Exactly. But so they come off with this. We asked baseball fans. You didn't ask me. I've been a baseball fan. This is the only sport I follow. You didn't ask me. You didn't ask Don. You didn't ask Sean, John, Nathaniel, Bernie, Al, Red Sox fan. You didn't ask any of us. And yet here we are pretty soon. And I love beautiful women, man. But they start putting cheerleaders out there, and I'm going to be like, okay, this sucks.
Well, they want
I'm fine with
gimmicks
ball
today.
girls, but what's that?
They want gimmicks. They want new gimmicks.
But
They don't care about us, like me, going to be 69 years old. They don't care because, they figure they want the new blood in there. They want gimmicks, something new and to excite the fans to come out to the ballpark. And, you watch these games and some of these people, like they're talking on their phones. They're not even watching the games. And I'm thinking, why do you people even go to these games?
Oh, I know. They have swimming pools and it's
crazy.
I
mean, it's crazy. They're out there drinking and not even paying attention. I don't know. I just I'm too old school, I guess.
No, but here's the answer. I don't think it's that. If you look at movies, look at baseball movies that have done very, very, very well. Field of Dreams, The Natural, Bull Durham. If we just take those three movies, they're as you say, old school, and yet people loved those movies, right? People, that great monologue by James Earl Jones in Field of Dreams, the internal dialogue that Crash Davis has with himself in Bull Durham, what have you. But I think baseball, the way to market itself is, right, look how many people watched. I knew people who weren't baseball fans that watched the Ken Burns baseball documentary and loved it and became baseball fans. Baseball needs to look to its history. Baseball of the four team sports in America. The other three sports don't have the rich history of baseball. The legends, the fact that, again, if I say to you, hey, Don, this guy's a 300 hitter. I'm not talking about his average, but you know what I mean when I say that. He's a good hitter. We know that, right? And I think for baseball, look to its past. You want to speed up the game? Okay, you don't have to get back to dead ball. Reinstitute what 1970s baseball was. And you know what? Let the catcher block the damn plate, too, while you're at it.
Yeah.
Exactly, okay, Pete Rose was a bit of a putz hitting Ray Fosse in the All-Star game. But still, you know what? I don't remember of any catcher fatalities in 1970s Major League Baseball, and they were getting plowed over all the time. They knew it. What was Ernie Lombardi, the great snooze, right? Lombardi in the 1940? Something like that was the Reds, anyhow. Before your time, before my time.
Right.
But let baseball be baseball. Take away this stuff, bring it back. But it's not going to happen. And owners going to say, and players, owners going to say, well, I have $30 million a year on this pitcher. I don't want him to blow his arm out. Well, yeah, but you guys weren't so worried about Nolan Ryan, and yet you were filling the parks and make lots of money. But it was okay for Nolan Ryan. It was okay for Bob Gibson. Go way back. It was okay for Bob Feller, who threw hard, for Lefty Grove. But now all of a sudden, because you guys are making huge money, the fans are suffering, right? Manfred's not hurting. I don't even think Manfred's a baseball fan. Players aren't hurting.
Honestly, I don't think he is there. I think he's there for a paycheck.
I think you're right. John DFW says, I'm 100% convinced that Manfred hates baseball. Amen, brother. Amen. You might as well have, who's the football coach? Roger Goodell. Is that his name?
Yeah.
He might as well be running baseball.
I'll tell
as
you what,
anybody.
You
know who I want, and I'm a liberal, so I hope you don't hate me. I'm a liberal. You know who I want to be commissioner of baseball is George Will. Seriously. George Will loves baseball.
Smart man.
Did you ever read Men at Work? One of the greatest baseball books you could ever read. And I want George Will to be commissioner of baseball. And I'll tell you what, George Will would clean house, and I would love it. Bring him on. Won't happen. We got... I don't want a Landis. The guy was a racist. The guy was, but he did save baseball. He did save baseball, but then he almost ruined it by being, against, a stalwart enemy against integration. But somebody like George Will running the game, or some folks are going to laugh, Bob Costas, again, a good baseball mind. We need somebody like that. This dude, Manfred, what did he do before he was so-called commissioner? And when was who was our last good commissioner? Holy hell. You got to go back to what? Bowie Kuhn? I don't know.
I didn't even care much. I didn't even care for him, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now he did that one. Now he did axe that deal. Remember when I think Vida Blue was going to go to the Red Sox?
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah.
I think he nixed that deal, and a
Yeah.
couple others. Wasn't Joe Rudy supposed to go to the Red Sox too at the time? Or
I think
yeah,
so.
I think
so.
I think Blue and Rudy, and he nixed it. And of course,
Yeah.
back in I was a Dodger, and I like the Red Sox too because I love Tony Conigliaro.
Oh,
And
Tony Sieg. I love
yeah,
it. Yeah.
and Rico Petrocelli. Now, see, when I was younger, you knew, and I tell you what, people I went to school with, they knew, but you'd know about every player on every team.
Oh, you did?
And today, even these drafts I'm in, there's some of these players I'm thinking, I don't even who they play for. But,
Yeah, I know, right?
I think the Pirates, was it last year? They used like 40 some pitchers. I mean,
Yeah.
it's crazy, you know.
Anybody could. Sean says here, anyone could make baseball great. Again, if they really wanted to, and I think you're right. And I think it's not about that with sports anymore. I also think that's right. I mean, and I used to say, yeah, you could go to minor league baseball and still, but you know what? Minor league baseball starting to erode now, which is because they're owned. You almost, if you almost want to see pure baseball now, you almost got to go to independent league baseball, so non-affiliated leagues, because right. So let's say the Dodgers have a good prospect down there in Double-A. Well, the good pitching prospect, they're not going to let him go over 5 innings. And if it looks like he's starting to tire just a little bit, he's going to get the hook. I thought the right, but wasn't the minor leagues the idea? That was supposed to be a crucible, that if you made it to the majors, right, you made it there on guts and the bus trips and all that stuff. Meh. Here we are saying get off my lawn, but the game we love is being ruined.
Well, I'll tell you what, when I moved here in Evansville, I worked at WJPS. It was an AM top 40 station. They had the Evansville triplets, and they used to have the Braves minor leagues back in the 50s. But I watched Mark Fidrich pitch here. I think it was 76.
Oh, wow.
Lance Parrish played here. Now, I think they left in I think the triplets at Bosse Field. Now, that's one of the oldest minor league stadiums. It's owned by the school corporation now. And
okay.
I think the Otters played here for quite a few years. I never liked the Otters. It's Frontier League. I think I think this is the first year in a long time they're not here no more. But they're trying to get another minor league team here. They try to get probably 15 years a Double-A team. There's going to be a Dodger Double-A team.
Oh wow!
And now people's complain about because Synergy here, they're out of Texas. They've raised everybody's electric bills are so daggone high. They just got a $36 raise on everybody, and everybody's complaining.
Ouch!
And, I mean, it's just, and they had meetings and stuff. And then my cousin was the governor, Eric Holcomb. He just left office. He's a Republican, but the problem with what them guys were, they were getting money from these donations were from Synergy and stuff. Well, when you're getting donations, what are they going to do? They're not going to do nothing because that's where they're getting their money from.
Exactly.
And that's the problem. I'm not trying to get into politics. That's one of the
no, that's fine.
Now, with politicians now, you got to really do research and see what they're doing because, there's so much backhanded. And baseball is a lot of politics too anymore.
It is.
In the whole game and so forth. So I kind of got you off track. We was trying to talk Diamond Mine. I've got you. I think I got ADT because I go from, my wife always says, you go from one place to the next, go to the next.
Yeah, but you know what? Here's the other thing about this community that we've created. And these guys will tell you, ever since I started this thing back in 2018 or something like that, whenever it was, 2017, usually the game is secondary. We tangent all the time, and it's actually welcome. So no, I don't think I've ever stayed on topic. And I don't expect anybody to stay on top. There's nights we've gone into talking about gangster movies because a lot of us are gangster movie fans. So
I love
The Godfather, Goodfellas, yeah.
And I like the Nazi movies with Errol Flynn in them.
Sure,
I love those. Yeah.
No, don't ever apologize for going off topic. There is no topic.
I just saw where Worst Gamer said, "My goodness, 36." Well, hell, they were wanting $50. And they're the ones that's in Texas. Remember when they had them big storms and stuff, and then people's electric was off for And
Oh
then
God, that was
Cancun
awful.
cruise. Then when the cruise went to Cancun and instead of
Yeah.
staying there, Synergy, they're the highest probably in the country. It's just crazy what they're, and aren't like it's like my taxes here. I got a nice house, but I've lived here 10 years, and my taxes have doubled since I've lived here. I mean, it's just
Wow.
crazy, And
Yeah,
then when I
it's
sold my I had a reception hall I had for like almost 20 years. When I sold it 8 years ago, my damn taxes was $18,000 a year, and now it'd probably be 25 or 26. I mean, you're just I don't know how people. That's like people going to 4D's games. I don't like Rocky when he went out west this summer. He spent 18,000 on a 7 or 8 day trip with his cousin to go see like Seattle, the Dodgers, and them. And I'm thinking 18,000. But then again, I think I told you I put on there in I think it was the 1995 World Series where he spent 11,000 for 5 World Series tickets, and that was back in 1995. I thought, my God. I just won't pay that kind of stuff. I always like to have something to show for. And like I told my wife, she goes, "You want to go out? I'll take you out for a steak dinner on your birthday." I said, "No, I'd rather have the money because you know why? I'll buy more Action PC or Action games for that. I've got all
there you go.
Yeah, I've got about all the Diamond Mine seasons. And the one thing I like to back the Action PC over, I like Diamond Mines for, like I said, for actual stats and stuff like that. And I really haven't got to play really action. I let the computer play it, but I like how they got the stats on the screen and everything else. I mean, and the hitters and stuff. I mean, it's a little bit more advanced because, like I said, Diamond Mine, I forget what it is. They're going to something else where you can play online. And a lot of people like Strat's doing that now. They got an online game where people, I think it's Strat Max. I never played it. I had an opportunity to, but I never really was into Strat too much. A lot of people love it. Bob Costas used to play it all the time, I guess.
Big Strat player.
Yeah.
I tried Strat Max, and it's coming along, but the thing is with it, it's still a little bit, it's limited for what I want to do. So you can pick 2 teams and play them against each other or whatever. It's a nice looking product. So when I was as a graduate student, you don't have time to do any of this stuff. When I was an undergrad, so I'm a Penn State graduate, and we used to hang out in the Hub. It was called, just student union building between classes, and we would just play cards and dice baseball all day, and then at night we'd play digital baseball, Earl Weaver baseball to be specific. And so I used to play a lot of we played some Strat, more APA. Status Pro was kind of our game of choice, but it was just like this kind of, I don't know. I was trying to make a point here. I see my head just blew up. That's this channel.
Let me ask you a question though. When I moved here in '76, that's how I got into APBA baseball, because some of these guys that was in my league, we played, and it was
baseball so Max. Thanks, John.
It was so competitive when we'd be getting arguments like, "Oh, you're lucky. You roll better than I do. You're lucky."
Yeah.
And, I can't believe that guy hit a home run off me, or I don't know if you ever got like that. We were competitive. We were out to win. You know what I'm saying? It was a lot of fun though. We laugh about it now. The guys that are still alive, we talk about it sometimes.
Sure. I'll tell you what, Don. I'll say this, and I prefer APA to Strat, and that's not like I hate Strat. I think Strat's an excellent engine and stuff. I just felt more comfortable with APA. But John brings up a great point, which is really nice. So if you were to choose between APA Go and Strat Max, and this is coming from a guy that played more APA, Strat Max beats it hands down, like whoops it, like big time all the way. And he says here, like, so one of the great things, I'm just going to paraphrase him, is that it stores your seasons in the cloud, so you can play from iPad, PC, and that's really nice. It's a nice looking product too.
Well, Musk probably got all of our information now. He's getting all the information, so he probably knows what games we play now.
Dude, I'm even afraid to pay my taxes. I am so afraid to pay my taxes now. I'm like, shit. But yeah. Well, that's our co-president. Anyhow, now everybody knows her. That's me.
I'm a conservative, but I've never been a Trump supporter.
Right. No, and you see guys like George Will, William Crystal, and it always heartens me to see stalwart conservatives saying this isn't conservatism, and it's not. It's
George
not.
Conway. Look at George Conway and Kelly. They got divorced over it, you know.
Yeah, so yeah, I've a lot of conservative friends, and they're like, I can't stand Trump. I can't stand him.
Oh,
but the guy that's scaring the big.
Go ahead. Excuse me. My cousin was the governor, Eric Holcomb.
Yeah.
Him and his wife Jan were threatened, and he was, to be honest with you, he couldn't stand Trump. Yeah, and he said he was a liar, but they couldn't come out and say it. And me and him got in arguments. We haven't talked in the last few years because I told him we weren't raised like that. I said we are raised to have morals and values, and you don't sit there and put up with somebody that's don't go by the same morals and values you do. You know,
exactly. And that's the thing. I never thought. Because I mean, I'm my whole family and everything, lifelong liberals, right? And so I never thought that the day would come that I would. I mean, because it would always be like remember back in the day, we would be able to talk politics.
Oh, big time, yeah.
But we could agree to disagree, and be like, yeah, you're wrong, blah blah blah. But we didn't hate each other, and there wasn't this, right? But now it's like I find myself. There's three ideologies in the country. There's conservatives, liberals, and MAGAs, right? The MAGA cult thingy. And I find myself having the most wonderful conversations with conservatives, and I don't know how many friends I've lost, and even family members over the MAGA thing. It's like, and now with Elon Musk, I'm like, guys. So the other day he makes a speech about unelected bureaucrats running the government, and it's like, Elon, you're an unelected bureaucrat running the government. It's like they're not getting the irony. Musk is bad news, and when he talks about how Americans are going to feel pain, he's not going to feel it. Dude's worth $380 billion. Don't tell me about pain, Elon. Your daddy owned a diamond mine, so don't tell me about pain.
Well, my grandson, most of my family's Republicans. My grandson works for two state senators up in Indianapolis, Holdman, and I don't know who the other guy is. And I said, Colin, he did admit, though, he said the Republicans do lie a lot more. And I think, I don't know how the hell you can, his mom said, my stepdaughter said, you can't get in an argument. Yeah. And I said, I don't know. It's just a different world, and it's too bad. Me and my brother used to be so close. He lives near Cincinnati. We hardly talk anymore. He says I'm a Democrat. I said I'm not a Democrat. I said if my mom was alive, she would never put up with that. If we lied, we got soap in our mouth or got our ass beat. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, brother. I hear you, man.
Yeah. I mean, that's just the way it was. But anyway,
my background is, Irish Italian, and especially in the Irish side. So it was even growing up, so growing up, right? So most of the people on the Italian side of the family tended to be more conservative. The Irish tended to be more liberal, and we had some interesting family gatherings, but it never got nasty, right? It wasn't like Uncle Angelo. Wanted to like shoot Uncle Seamus. That wasn't like that. You would have a bit of shouting matches, but at the end of the night, the Italians was saying salud, and the Irish would be saying slancia, and we were fine. But now it's just bah. But one thing we do have is baseball. Right. So then we brought it back around.
I'll be honest with you. I honestly wish there was 4 or 5 good parties. That way, you'd pick the less of and Democrats got problems too. There's a lot of stuff I don't agree with them, but I'm going to tell you something. This democracy is really important. And I don't know if you've seen today, Canada just said, Charlie Angus said, they cannot support that United States anymore because of Trump. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And they're all going against us now. And it's the thing. Are we going to fight our allies? I mean,
that's right. That's just well, the thing is so the tariff thing that was just hilarious, right? Because so right, Justin Trudeau said, well, look, pretty much right. So I had this conversation with Trump. Trump backed off on the tariffs. As it turns out, and this is facts, even Fox News admitted to this. This was already a deal that was brokered. Trudeau, right? I forget what's her name. Sheinbaum, is it, in Mexico? The Mexican president, Gloria Sheinbaum, I think it is. Anyhow, so they already said, yeah, this is what we're sending, and they had been doing it, and Trump backed off. But now these aluminum and steel tariffs, I'm sorry, guys, I'm not like here to make enemies. I'm not, but the people who pay for tariffs are consumers, and we're going to get hit. Inflation's already upticked a percentage point. Groceries have gone up. The last week of Joe Biden's and I'm not saying Joe Biden was like this amazing president. I'm not. Gas prices have gone up 26 cents, about 18 cents on average. It's just beginning. But the fact is, our greatest trading partner is Canada, and we're pissing off Canada. Canada is like, okay, so we have the world's largest militarily unprotected border. God forbid that becomes a, that now we're going to military outposts. And Canada fought alongside us in 2 world wars. They fought with us in the Persian Gulf. Canada has been such a staunch ally to us, and we, but yet to hear this president, and this is my First Amendment right, to see him kissing up to people like Orban instead of talking to people like Justin Trudeau, and saying, look, how can we work together? And Ukraine, man, I'm sorry. And I'll say this, I'm an Eastern Orthodox Christian, and I'm seeing Orthodox kill Orthodox, and it's breaking my heart. I was raised Roman Catholic.
So am I. Yeah.
Right. So, but I found Orthodoxy, which is just older Catholicism is what it really is. Our priests face away from the congregation, the whole thing. But so in the Orthodox Church, we believe that all wars are unjust. We don't believe in the concept of a just war. But yet the Patriarch of Moscow, Kirill, not only is a former KGB, but he has given his tacit approval to Russian aggression in Ukraine and has caused schism in the Eastern Orthodox Church. And so I'm seriously thinking of returning not to the Roman rite of Catholicism, but to the Byzantine rite, because it's Orthodox, but it's under the Pope. So that it's one of the 24 rites of the Catholic Church. This is a real crisis of faith for me. This isn't just politics. It's a crisis of faith.
Well, not only that,
Orthodox brothers killing Orthodox brothers, and one Orthodox nation invading another Orthodox nation. So here's the funny thing. Orthodox are still pissed off at the Catholics for the Fourth Crusade, but it's okay that Russia just goes in and takes territory from Ukraine. That's bull. And I don't like the fact that we may be pulling support from them, and the deal that's going to be brokered, I guarantee it, is Ukraine's going to have to give up territory. Well, Putin said, well, and I'll just say this last thing, Don, give you the floor. Okay. Putin said, well, there's Ukrainians that want to be Russians. Well, fine, let them into Russia. There's more Ukrainians that want to stay Ukrainian than, and Ukraine has a bad, they have a kind of a crap history too. World War II, they were allies of Nazi Germany. I recognize that, but that's not Ukraine of today. It's not. Anyhow, please.
Well, growing up, Russia was always our enemy.
Yes.
And the thing is, I used to watch Fox News religiously, and I always listen to Sean Hannity. But I'm going to tell you something. 2015 is when I found out they were hiding all these sexual allegations. And when that black-headed girl, I can't remember her name, they owed her like 20 or 25 million. She wasn't getting her checks, and she came out on them. Well, they were sexually harassing, and O'Reilly apparently paid like 25 or 30 million to that intern 10 years before that. And I'm thinking to myself, they're supposed to be a conservative, like a Christian, what I was brought up like. Then I start doing research, and I'm not a CNN or MSNBC, but I start doing research, and I'm thinking, that damn Hannity's been lying to me all these damn years. No wonder why he makes 45 or 50 million. He's all out for his money.
Yeah, I don't want him to be commissioner.
Oh my God. I mean,
but I do want George Will. I am deadly serious about that. When I saw him in the Ken Burns baseball documentary, and a friend of mine's like, dude, he said, you have to read Men at Work. and I read it, watched George Will. I'm like, this man loves the game. Whatever his politics, I don't care. What I do care is he loves baseball, and I think George Will could save baseball if given the if he's given the authority to do so. I think, and George Will wouldn't be a Landis. He wouldn't, and he understands. I think George Will. If you ever do have a chance, Don, read Men at Work, because he sees.
Now, how old is George Will? He's upper in age, and he's in his 70s.
He's up there, but come on, people are living longer. Paul McCartney's out on tour and he's 83. So, but I think George Will could do it, and because he sees the management side and the labor side. And I don't see, I think that for George Will, what he's looking for is he wants the game to be the game. And I just, Rob Manfred doesn't care. He doesn't care. I seriously think the dude is like a fan of like yak racing or something. I don't think he's a baseball fan, man.
Right.
So there, Nathaniel Lentz, George Will fan.
That's
right.
just like Alex Verdugo. He's got a lifetime average of like 272, which today's baseball is pretty good. Even the down year he had last year. I mean, he was, but it's like, I don't even hear anybody trying to sign him. And I'm just like, the Pirates can't sign the dude. I mean, I see some of these guys like Yastrzemski getting $9.5 million for the Giant when they re-signed him. I thought, I mean, if Verdugo can't make $9 or $10 million, he could help some team. I mean, he's a good outfitter, and he just had, I think, a down year. And it's like, then some of these players, I mean, I don't know. The Dodgers seem like they were even looking at Scherzer a while back before he signed with Toronto. And I'm thinking, why would the Dodgers be, when he had that workout? And I'm saying, why would they go when they got all them pitchers already? It's just crazy. You know?
But they're doing it. I'm looking up George Will here. So, guys, I'm going to say this. You guys have always, I've never made my political leanings. So George Will's 83 years old. He could definitely still do it. Paul McCartney's doing world tours. So, yeah, I'm never going to apologize for being a liberal, and I'm never going to knock anybody here for being a conservative. I'm a Democrat. I'm not going to ever knock anybody for being a Republican. And I'm not.
Can I tell you something? There's no such thing as Republican. It's MAGA now.
I think it's liberal conservative. And so, they call me a rhino. Okay. That's the Republican in name only.
I'm a rhino. Yeah, I'm a rhino.
Well,
so,
but here I am, a liberal, and I'm saying I want this conservative to run baseball, and I really do.
Right.
If William Crystal was a baseball fan, let's put him in there. Whatever. I know Costas is a liberal, but you know what? Costas knows his baseball too. We got to get a baseball guy in there. Somebody saying, okay, this is bullshit. Guess what? We're getting the shift is back. You can throw over to first.
Yeah. We're
going to make the bases shorter. You want to steal bases? Well, then bring guys up in the minors that have speed, right? Whatever. Just get rid of these stupid rules. Sorry, Ghost Runner, we did that as kids. Don, you know that. When we played baseball as kids, what did we do? We hardly ever. That's why I love the movie Sandlot. We rarely had enough kids to play baseball, so we made up rules. You had to call your field, right? Right field. If you hit into left field, that was an out. Ghost Runner on first, whatever. But this is major league baseball, professional baseball. For God's sake, please stop. When
I was a kid, we lived about 2 miles out in the country, and this guy, well, he's a kid. He was younger than the dad had a farm. We'd play out in the damn field where they had cow patties. We played. We loved baseball so much back then, and we played all the time. I mean, and that's why I never learned to swim. My cousins got thrown in ponds and stuff. I'd always go to the ballpark or play baseball. I mean, I just loved playing baseball,
Amen.
So, them were the good days, So anyway, well, I won't keep you.
You're not keeping me. This will end up being this is like an average broadcast on a Saturday. We get together for these chin wags and stuff. I hope to have you on again, and maybe if you want to take us a little bit deeper into diamond mine baseball.
Okay.
I really appreciate. Please, if your wife is upset for you being up late on
No,
this baseball crazies,
she's in the other room, and she's going to have cataract surgery, so she can't see. It's been raining hard here in Evansville, and we got three little Maltese I got to take out to use the bathroom, and they hate being in the rain. So
hey, well, prayers for your wife.
Thank you. I'm sorry I got off topic and all that stuff. So anyway.
No, you don't. Please don't ever apologize. You're always welcome. This channel, this family's about tangents.
But anyway,
so all
Joe,
right.
make sure you email me because I got some stuff to send you though. So
and same here. So yeah,
okay.
I will definitely get you an email this weekend. All right, my friend.
Okay, then you guys.
Sean's wishing best wishes and prayers for your wife, as is Nathaniel.
Thank you guys.
All right, Don. Thanks, man.
Okay, thank you guys. Good night.
All right, good night. So, guys, that was fun. Getting a real bona fide diamond mine guy on here. Again, I hope some of you will consider the game. It's really, really good stuff. So, John, offering prayers as well. Thanks. This is why it's a great family. We have all kinds of political ideologies, differences, but we come here and we do stray off into other shit. But this is fun. It's fun to hang out with you guys, man. And again, I appreciate it. We're at 4 hours, and except for John, Nathaniel, and Sean, I think the other 6 dudes are sleeping. So, oh my God. I want to thank you, Sean, for bringing new voices, because we're all, that's why I love having you on, buddy, and you and I have locked horns, but you know what? We work it out and it's fun. I want to get Nathaniel on here sometime. I want to know what he probably has a great broadcaster voice too. All these people that come on here sound like they could be calling baseball games, and then you could call baseball games and I could just say dumb shit on your channels or something. I don't know. Anyhow, to Buddy Blattner, I hope you enjoyed tonight. So I cussed. We got into a little bit of political tete-a-tete. So if that's something you want to report to YouTube, go. Thank you, Don. We'll catch you next time around. Always welcome, and I'll get that email to you, my friend. And everybody sending prayers for your wife, speedy recovery. But I love it. Guys, if you have any ideas for some cool, fun baseball stuff before we resurrect Ned McGreevy, let me know. I'm always open. I'm just having fun doing what we do, whatever that is that we do, because nobody knows. Don't forget, Monday is the opening of the Franchise Stars Baseball League. Legend Sports Universe. He's going to do a quadruple header. He's going to pull a Dwayne and Beatles here and do an all-day whatever. He's spacing the games apart a bit, but he's going to feel the love. So make sure let's do it. Good night, Sean. Thanks for coming in. Sean hasn't been feeling well. Appreciate him hanging out and carrying on with us. And everybody that was here tonight, way back. And this is such a long chat. It's going to take 2 hours to thank everybody. So Baseball Dreamland was the first one here tonight, and I thank him very much. And when he comes back his third time, he gets his wrench. Philip Reynolds, always a pleasure having you. RGO Network, of course. I'm just going through quickly here. Dwayne Martz, who's with us, our Red Sox fan, hung out for a little while with us. FAC Sports Desk with Paul. Check him out for the best in pocket pennant run. To Tutelage, John DFW, good friend, midlife crisis. Nathaniel, brother, thank you. So, guys, good. Oh, same here, John, really did. So, we're going to close it down 4 hours and 3 minutes, gents. I'm going to go watch some Monty Python's Flying Circus. It's on Amazon Prime, baby. All right. Till next time, guys. We'll see you around the batting cage. Good night.